Committee meeting for the Communities section of Council, Wednesday the 12th of May. And in opening, I'd just like to acknowledge, first of all, the nurses across the globe who do such a wonderful job as always, but of course most importantly over the last 12 months have carried the load to a large extent with other health professionals in dealing with at the front line of COVID. And of course we have many people in our own region, hardworking nurses in our own region. So on International Nurses Day, thank you and congratulations to all the nurses out there who do a wonderful job. In addition to that, it's been nice to see some lovely rain, and I might call on Councillor Henson shortly to give us a bit of an update on the rainfall. Before we move on, if that's not putting you on the spot there, Hook. Yeah, there's been great rain. There's great water running through the Boyne this morning, which is hopefully getting its way to Boondooma. The Barkers has got about a metre of water running under the bridge at the moment out at Brooklands. And we had between 40 to 60 mils, I believe, in town here in Kingaroy overnight. And they had 176 mils at the top of QYR range last night, so that was great to see. But that's not the extent of my knowledge that I'll be able to gather. I'm sure that Councillor Henson will be able to fill us in a little bit more later on. Just like to now move on to request for leave of absence, and Councillor Jones is away today caring for a family member, so we have a mover. Accept that. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Seconded, Councillor Henson. Those in favour, thank you all. Now call on Councillor Duff to perform the recognition of traditional owners.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Any declarations of declarable or perceived conflict of interest in relation to the items on the agenda, councillors? If not, no lights on. If not, we'll move on to confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting at 5.1. And we have those there. Does anyone have any questions? Or we can go straight into conversation, being a standing committee meeting. Any questions, any commentary, any discussion on the last minutes? Any comments there on the previous minutes at all? We've got them in front of us. Nothing there, councillors? Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Duff, you've got your light on.
I just wanted to ask the question about the organisations. Is that's in the minutes? Are we going to discuss that, or is that just because in the minutes it says that those community organisations that we're going to endorse the recommendation, the officer's recommendation? What
page are you on, Councillor Duff? Sorry, you've lost me.
I had it last night. It was.
Are you talking about the?
It's that. It's in that, or is that in the budget meeting?
Oh, right, that'll be the budget meeting this afternoon from the previous minutes.
Yeah. You and I are on the same page. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you're referring to the exemptions and concessions applied to not-for-profit groups. Thanks, Councillor Duff. Sorry about that. Okay. We'll now seek a mover for acceptance of the minutes. Have a move for such. Thanks very much, Councillor someone out there to move. Councillor Potter. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Froloff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Before we move on to item 6.1, just remind councillors, if you haven't done already, could you please close your laptops and put your phones away? That'll be much appreciated. Thank you. Now, 6.1 is the Community Arts, Heritage, Sport and Recreation Portfolio Report, and it's a pleasure to call on Councillor Potter to deliver that. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, we have, for the community, we have Under 8s Day, and this year Under 8s Day will be held at the Memorial Park on Thursday the 1st of July from roughly 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. We will have the usual suspects attending this year. We have sent out an open invitation for all community groups wanting to attend. If you haven't received an invitation, please contact myself, as we are hoping that you would like to all be involved. We're eager to have a display of all services from the South Burnett. This is the first week of the June-July school holidays this year. The South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group this year has applied for its incorporation and is looking forward to working with the Kingaroy Rotary Club to bring the Alive Foundation to our schools. This will be going to our state schools. It's going to Nanango State School, Nanango State High, Kingaroy State High and Mergen State High. Tamsin from the Alive Foundation has already been in contact with these high schools to bring that forward. Please follow the Facebook page to find out any information of upcoming training. Our meetings are always held at 4:30 p.m. on the third Wednesday of the month in the boardroom of the Lady Floberjock Peterson Hospital. Trach funding. South Burnett Regional Council has applied for the Tackling Regional Adversity through Integrated Care funding. We hope to have a positive response to this, and this has been possible with the help of Queensland Health, South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group, SB Arts and the Kingaroy Red Ants. We will bring more to that when it comes to light, won't we, GMO May? Kingaroy Stedford, the 88th Kingaroy Stedford is now opened. It was opened on the 6th of May with some incredibly talented students. We were very lucky to have our own Therese Andrew, or Nee Case, which was Laurie Case's daughter from the high school. So she was helping scribe for the instrumental sections. With the library, the family history workshops at the Kingaroy and Wando libraries, the Kingaroy Library Family History Workshop will commence on Monday the 7th of June 2021 from 10 a.m, with additional monthly sessions being at the Wando Library on Wednesday the 9th of June 2021 at 10 a.m. The workshops at each location are catered to those beginning their family history research. Skilled guidance is provided on all aspects of genealogy, in particular Australian, British and North American research, and how to access the various resources of information. Online repositories such as Ancestry, Family Search and Find My Past and My Heritage are also explained. Attendees can bring along a personal computer, but they are not necessary. Free Wi-Fi is available at both library branches for those who do not bring a device. Bookings for the Kingaroy and Wando Library Family History Workshops are essential, and for more information about these sessions, please contact either the Kingaroy or Wando Library. First Five Forever Libraries, Literacy and Little Ones Workshop at the State Library of Queensland. In June, 3 members of our library team will travel to the State Library of Queensland for the Libraries, Literacy and Little Ones Workshop. This hands-on capacity building workshop is designed specifically for library staff who work directly with families of children under 5 and deliver early childhood programs such as rhyme time and story time. These workshops aim to increase confidence in delivering programming for the under 5 through these opportunities to practice the skills required for the provisions of high quality, inclusive, evidence-based fun and interactive programs for both children and their families. Library staff who have attended this training in the past have come back with renewed enthusiasm and confidence in their skills as First Five Forever facilitators. The South Burnett Libraries Under 8s Day. The South Burnett Libraries are also looking forward to attending Under 8s Day Memorial Park in Kingaroy on Thursday the 1st of July. With the vibrant new outreach kit on full display, it is hoped that the new First Five Forever marquees, tablecloths and flags will attract attendees and encourage them to drop in and chat with library staff about the free programs and resources that are available for families at the library. The fabulous Lemon Drops visit Kingaroy and Wando. On Thursday, the 7th of June, young members of the South Burnett community are in for a treat as the fabulous Lemon Drops visit the Kingaroy Town Hall at 10 a.m. and the Wando Town Hall at 1 p.m. The fabulous Lemon Drops concert is all about the kids. Performances are highly interactive and children can choose the level of involvement by dancing to the catchy original tunes, by joining the band on stage to play a variety of exciting percussion instruments, or even dressing in colourful, wonderful costumes. Alternatively, they can sit back and just enjoy the show. There is something for everyone at the fabulous Lemon Drops show. Bookings are essential for each family member who wishes to attend. There is a strict cap on audience numbers due to COVID-19 regulations. Upcoming author talks. The South Burnett Libraries are thrilled to announce that 2 well-known Australian authors will be visiting our libraries in June and July. On Friday, the 25th of June, Maya Linnell will visit the Kingaroy Library to talk about her novels that are based on life in rural Australia. and best-selling author Tony Park is also scheduled to visit the Kingaroy Libraries on the last week of July. Keep an eye out on the South Burnett Libraries page for more information about these exciting events. Arts. Throughout May and June, the creativity of Central Queensland communities will be celebrated through the Shine Bright Festival. The festival will shine a spotlight on regional talent through a curated program of events. A first of its kind, this cross-regional festival will be celebrated across 14 diverse regions, from as far north as the Whitsundays down to the South Burnett and out west to the Central Highlands. Communities will shine through a program of events including live performances, exhibitions, animated projected artworks, open studios, workshops and more. The Shine Bright Festival will be encouraging audience to get out and explore the incredible creativity that thrives across Central Queensland. And on Sunday, the 6th of June 2021, at the One Day Art Gallery, a drawing workshop with Emma Thorpe will be held as part of the Shine Bright Festival. The workshop is free to participants, and this workshop has been funded by the Central Queensland Regional Arts Services Network, or CQ-RASN. The next SB Arts meeting is also, actually with regards to the CQ-RASN and the Shine Bright Festival, I would like everyone to have a look at the Kingaroy Peanut Silos, thanks to Bega and PCA, every night now for this month, because part of the Shine Bright Festival is actually shining bright on the peanut silos, which is fantastic. It's a beautiful piece of work. The next South Burnett Arts meeting is the AGM, which is on Sunday the 13th of June, and please follow their Facebook page for more information. And while we're discussing Facebook, please check out the CQ-RASN Facebook page, and there will always be something new and interesting. Sport and Recreation, bless you. Sport and Recreation, Council Sport and Recreation Officer is awaiting final allocation of the Get Started vouchers, with 13 applications being received for this round. New restrictions were applicable for this particular round. A licence to occupy for the Kingaroy Junior Cricket Club is still under consideration by Council, and if approved, a licence will be formally sent to the group. The Kingaroy Combined Sports Incorporation received funding from the Community Benefit Fund for upgrading facility of $34,198, and congratulations to the Kingaroy Combined Sports Club. The South Burnett Mountain Bike Club received a Stanwell Community Partnership Fund for $25,000 to extend the mountain bike trail network at Gordon Brook Dam, and again, congratulations to the South Burnett Mountain Bike Club. Our sporting clubs are doing a great job in the South Burnett, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to move that my portfolio report be received. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Potter. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Right, councillors wish to make comments or have any questions of Councillor Potter? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you, Mr Mayor. Just wanting to know about, in our corporate plan, we've got a regionally themed arts, cultural and heritage strategic plan to incorporate all communities. And I know that we talked about a mural on the Proston Silos, and I'm seeing everywhere that different communities and towns have got these beautiful murals, and they're rolling them out across their regions. What are our plans or our strategy to try and get something like that happening for our region? And just, I know that the Proston people were hopeful that we would provide some funding to get a mural in Proston. So just wondering what the plans are moving forward with a regionally themed arts project.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Duff. The South Burnett Arts is actually looking at some artwork across right from Blackbutt through to Proston and Mergen. But I think the problem with a lot of these artworks is they cost money, and we know very well Council doesn't have the money to spend ourselves. So this is a matter of community groups. If they want to do the funding, they can always apply to get funding on their particular groups. But also the artwork that's on particular, if they want it to go onto particular walls, they do need permission from the owner of those walls. And you've got to remember the upkeep. And when they do have the artwork being done on the walls, you've got to make sure that the artwork can be updated, because that's the issue at the moment that Nanango, I think, are having with some of their artwork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The concern with individual groups just applying, it wouldn't be regionally themed. And in our corporate plan, we've got like a regionally themed strategy incorporating all communities. I'm just wondering how we can achieve that. I know you're saying we haven't got any funding, but that it is in our corporate plan, so some way we'll have to try and deliver on that. Just wondering about your thoughts about how, individual groups can sort of keep it regionally themed if they are going to apply as individuals.
That's a fair call through you, Mr. Mayor. But I think once we get the Arts Advisory Committee up and running, that's probably something that they will tackle through that. Am I correct, Mr. CEO?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, they're excellent questions, Councillor, and they will be for the Arts Advisory Committee, but also that's why you have to do the strategy first. So rather than jump to the answer and say we want to paint this silo, so get the strategy in place and then the operational plan will fall out of the strategy.
And Mr. CEO, with that strategy, is it possible to, inside the strategy, identify prospective funding sources for that that we may look at, whether it be Works for Queensland or whatever it might be?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The generally, as we've seen with the regional development strategy and the ones that we're trying to do, so the front end of the strategy comes in two parts. The actual strategic direction, policy framework, this is what we want to do, and then a work plan that drops out of it. And so with these ones, it'd be really good to be, partly, we've spoken about a grants officer quite a bit, or some sort of grant funding program, but identify those programs and having the silos, getting the steps in place, the silos that we're allowed, in inverted commas, to paint on. Once we identify what the canvases may be, well, then you can actually go and marry them up to a funding program. So the work, and I'll second Councillor Potter's comments about the silos, it's a novel and great way of getting around the fact they're heritage listed. It has been talked about for a long time. We aren't allowed to paint the silos here in town, the peanut silos. So the audio-visual displays onto the silo, and you can change the display and marry it up. It's if anyone hasn't seen them, they're really quite good.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. I think you've raised a good point there. It's an interesting conversation. I actually was watching Backroads on Tuesday night. Was it Monday night? Sorry, what are we at now? Today's Wednesday. Okay. They're at Cloncurry, and the Cloncurry Council has a rolling program of artwork around throughout their region, and they were highlighting they get a fellow up from down south somewhere, and periodically he comes up and he's contracted to do another set of artwork. So they actually have a rolling program that's strategically planned, and they roll that out, and they use the same artist, but he paints a different theme each time. I guess they would have the arrangements in place around licensing and ownership and future maintenance of that. So it might be interesting when we do the strategy to reach out to councils like North Burnett, who did Monto. I'm not sure which council controls Cloncurry, but I know their council is really progressing this really well. So whether we could look at that, General Manager O'May, as part of the strategy development, start to get some learnings from other councils about how they manage the issues that Councillor Potter's raised. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great conversation to be had, and particularly I know how keen we all are to get started on the corporate plan outcomes. And I think the strategy, the fact that it's a great opportunity to start with the strategy and to really collaborate with that South Burnett Arts Group, because I know how much work they've put in behind the scenes. And the various other groups, because I agree, there are other groups. I know Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce has talked about murals through Kingaroy. I know I've got a number of business entities who are open to the idea. So I agree. I think it's a really great opportunity to start, but we must bring all players to the table and actually, I think, really open up the forum to any community business group or alike who has an interest in progressing these in their town. And then I think it really is about trying to get some sort of agreement and certainly a understanding as to how we can support each other in the funding, how we can support each other in the maintenance. And then I really do like the idea. I was talking to Robin Dower a little while ago, and she had mentioned, exhibitions, sometimes public art shouldn't be there. And I've heard you say this, Councillor Potter, forever. It should actually change. So it's great that we're going to have that early conversation about what are the rules around ownership, maintenance, these sorts of things, because ideally things do get old, and we've seen that in Nanango, and I know the challenges there in Nanango, but we need to have a strategy and a plan that allows us to be really flexible and be able to keep these fresh. And I know from a tourism point of view, I'm fully on board. So I look forward to more conversations about that. I don't know if there's plans to have a meeting or a forum, or what you're shaping up for that communication piece, but I think there are many people in our region hungry to get to work on that strategy.
Yeah, General Manager O'Meara, I wonder if you could be so kind as to perhaps do some research for us on what's happening up in Cloncurry. I was really taken with what they're doing, because they're not just looking at silos, they're looking at laneway art in their towns, they've been looking at wall art on certain wall features, tank art, a whole range of options there, and how they've managed the logistics of insurance and which assets you can put it on. How do they contract this guy that they get up to do the work for them? They've actually won awards, national awards for the work. Being another rural council, I wonder if we can start to perhaps work with them and perhaps not reinvent the wheel, but learn from how they've done it. And just further to that, I think it's a great conversation, as Councillor Shoemaker's saying. I'm really excited about seeing this progress, because I think it could be a major tourism injector for our region, a major tourism enabler for our region. And we've talked about it for a long time, and I probably am itching to see something start happening. So I'm just wondering what the timeframes are, Mr. CEO, Councillor Potter, around the formation of the Arts and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee, because I would see that they would have the opportunity to bring all those stakeholders together as the group representing arts across the region. And so how long before we could see that sort of, what were your thoughts there, Mr. CEO, in terms of timeframe?
Would like to. We've got. We're working on the draft letters out to the groups that the council identified. With a couple of the budget priorities, they've sort of got a little bit of a pushback. Councillor Shoemaker's been a tremendous assistance with the Regional Development Committee, and so that one's the first cab off the rank, and I do acknowledge and appreciate that assistance. But also Councillor Potter's been giving us quite a bit of work, so draft letters go out, so I could imagine we could have the first meeting quite easily in July.
That sounds really encouraging. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, Councillor Potter, your thoughts?
Yeah, so that's great, and I'm looking forward to that working. But I'd also like to, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to look at the traffic control boxes. So in Brisbane, the traffic control boxes are all painted as well, and I know that's done on a regular, every couple of years. An artist is chosen; they actually choose the artwork specifically for that box, and they make sure that the artwork is suitable. And they do have control over the artwork that is there. So it'd be really nice to look at something, because especially at the one at Cheers Triangle there, every time you go to Cheers Triangle, you see this, I'm sorry, it's a big ugly green box. I mean, what more can you call it? But also Toowoomba City Council have done some amazing artwork in their streets as well. So that's probably another one to follow up through as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Potter, it's good to see that in leading that advisory committee and that strategic plan, you've got that broader view. I'm aware of what you're saying. Brisbane City Council have got that program now where they're doing all of those traffic and all the lights, the green boxes with the lights. General Manager Meehan, you would have seen that. And of course, I think it's now moved beyond silo art. It's really landmark art now, walls and tanks and whatever might work, based on where the location is. So great to hear that we're opening up our minds to those opportunities. Yeah. Back to you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I look forward to that. And I certainly think there's also a number of heritage pieces. Like I know we've talked about the clock in Blackbutt. Some of these things we actually really do need to start to get into a register and actually be talking about how we're going to maintain them, what's the strategy for really celebrating those unique pieces in each town. I'd really like to acknowledge the work that Leanne Peterson and her team have done around signage around the Kingaroy Art Gallery. It really does demonstrate how some of those pieces, some of that signage was really quite old and not simple to replace. And I encourage everybody to have a look at the Art Deco elements are just beautiful. So it's great that some of that work's been able to happen, I understand, under some of our funding streams and the like, which is excellent. I just wanted to raise, just congratulate Councillor Potter and the team on this incredible program of events and activities that we've just heard about here. I had the opportunity, and I'd encourage every councillor, if you get a chance, to it will cost you $5 to duck into the Kingaroy Town Hall and have a look at some of the talent, our local talent. And I believe there's a Brisbane dance school also performing here at the Kingaroy of Stedford. Absolutely knocked my socks off yesterday. The local children performing is just next level, and I think that hall should be full of local residents who are looking for something to do. Honestly, $5, it's what an incredible show, and all local talent. So please, councillors, if you get a chance to support the Kingaroy Stedford, please have a look, and please encourage your constituents to come and have a look, because anybody who says there's nothing arts or cultural to do in our region, I'm sorry, but I think you're lying, because I'm really excited about the fact there are some great activities here. The fabulous Lemon Drops visiting Kingaroy and Wando. What a great opportunity for young people during the school holidays. The author talks, I'm putting those in my calendar and hope I can get along to have people like, Maya Linnell and Tony Park here in the South Burnett is exceptional. And the Shine Bright work that's happening, it's just excellent. I'm really looking forward to the opera next month, and also just saw Mondial Hall have managed to get a pretty incredible performer there as well. So there's some excellent things happening in the South Burnett, and honestly, I think after the past 12 months it's just nothing but exciting. So please, community, get out there and support your community.
Yeah, that's well said, Councillor Shoemaker. I just have to say here to that, Councillor Potter, you're doing a great job, and we do have such a rich culture in our region already, and we can build on that, can't we? There's so many great things happening. I know. Keep an eye on Bajoki Peterson Dam. There's going to be some good concerts coming there. I'm getting wind of what's going on in the background. I can't share too much at the moment, but there's going to be some very high profile performers coming along there, I believe, over the next 12 months as well. So plenty of culture. And looking forward to Under 8s Day on the 1st of July. And good to see our library is going to be down there with their marquees. I think I'll go and jump in and do the family history training. There's so much history around our region. It'd be nice to learn more about that. And anyone that's interested in the arts, the AGM for South Burnett Arts, Media and Community on Sunday the 13th of June. Information on the South Burnett Arts Facebook page. Let's get behind the South Burnett Arts community, and we can really become regional leaders in arts and cultural heritage. So, yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Potter. Great report. Okay, that being the case, those in favour of acceptance, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, what are we up to next? We've got the... We're now on to item 7.1, and I'm very much looking forward to this one because I want to hear the rainfall update from Councillor Henschel. I know he watches the water flow very carefully. The Rural Services NRM Planning and Compliance Services Portfolio Report, and very pleased to hand over to Councillor Henschel to present that. Thanks,
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors and managers, the general public. This is probably the first time in 12 months that I've been able to stand up here and say, how good was that last night? We've had it probably happen in a different day through the week or a weekend, but my phone has been running hot last night and this morning with rainfall. Is how much have you had and where's it been and how much water's down this creek or this river? Should I pull my pumps out? Shouldn't I pull my pumps out? I drove in this morning and I'd have to say I was seriously disappointed. In my neck of the woods, I received 51 millimetres of rain. And I have, as I go on, I sound like a broken record, but I cross all the tributaries or the main ones that run out to our Bundooma Dam. So I crossed them this morning, and to my disappointment, the particular I have, and I'll name them, the Ironpot, the Bowyard, the Jummer, the Boyne, and the Manyam and the Stewart Rivers that all go to the Bundooma Dam. Now, in crossing each of those, there was only one that was running over the culvert, and I was so disappointed. But my phone continued to ring, and reports of rainfall from anywhere from probably fairly minimal reports to up to 104, and on top of the Cooya Range, fantastic, 104 mils out at Belogie, 90 mils in different places on the Bunya Mountains and up. And I can tell you that there is water coming down those tributaries. That just takes a long time to get there. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether that's going to help or hinder our fishermen that are going to the fishing competition this weekend, but I'll give that a little plug on the way. But thanks, Mr Mayor. It gives me pleasure to deliver my Rural Services, Natural Resource Management, Planning and Compliance Services report. And we'll start off with the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative applications. Council submitted a grant application in partnership with North Burnett, Cherbourg and Gympie Regional Councils to support landowners in the formation of coordinated control groups focusing on management of invasive weeds and pest animals. A second application has been submitted to assist with the cost of delivering coordinated 1080 baiting programs to continue assistance for landholders dealing with wild dog and feral pig impacts. In our weed control, a total of 28 hectares of weed control was completed in April. Treatment of hyacinth and parthenium continued along Baramba Creek. Lantana was targeted at Corndale, East Nanango, Wandai Prosson, Nanango, Tarong roads, with Mother of Millions treatment commenced on the Bayee Road. Splatter guns were loaned by landowners in the Kingaroy, Warroolan, Gudja and Cumbia to assist with Lantana and groundsel, and spray trailers were borrowed by landholders at Mergen, Redgate, Kingaroy for treatment of restricted weeds. In fire management, and I can add, I'm actually going to a fire warden management course tonight, provided that it's not storming, and if so, I'll be heading home to cross my creeks in case I don't get home. But I'm actually pleased to say that fire management has come under investigation the last couple of months because of it being so dry. We've had some wonderful burns and controlled burns, but fire trial, and I might add with the rain we've just received, it's put a big dampener on the danger of fires. But that being said, we all know how that can change. We've got a big body of fuel out there coming into winter, so it'll be interesting, our conversation. I look forward to bringing that back to next month's report as to what we discussed tonight. But fire trial maintenance was completed this month with 19 reserves prepared for Operation Cool Burn in partnership with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services. Fire trials have been completed at Bowie Reserve, Gordonbrook Dam, Nanango Fauna Sanctuary, Old Esk Road, Gravel Reserve, Bunduba Dam, Proston Reserves, Malar Reserve, Kingaroy Night Soil Depot, Staines Road, Wandai Airport, Wandai West, Kingaroy Heights, Blackbutt Tip, Mount Warroolan, Gudja, Wetland, Coomba Falls, Kingaroy Heights, Knight Street Water Easement. Brigades will commence prescribed burns on scheduled reserves between the 19th of April and the 31st of August, as dependent upon weather conditions and resources, which I just touched on. Environmental assets, NRM staff completed one environmental assessment for vegetation removal associated with road construction, and 2 roadside burns and fence line clearing applications were approved. Stock route grazing permits and 1 stock route adjustment application was received and processed in March. And at our sale yards at Coolabunga, sale yard staff conducted 927 cattle tick inspections, dipped 933 head, and a total of 882 head were sold through the Coolabunga sale yards in April. And again, touching on that, the cattle market, as we're aware, has been astronomical, prices never seen of before in my lifetime, and they've actually held. With the dry weather, they held considerable. Mergen had a fantastic sale on Tuesday, and across the South Burnett and the Downs areas, it has been incredible. The price of cattle has just been exorbitant. Wild dog and feral pig control, 4 cat traps were hired out to landowners in the Wandai, Mergen, Bowie and Warroolan districts, and pig traps were used by landholders in Cumbia area. Rabbit control, biological control was distributed on properties in Kingaroy. And wandering livestock, Council received 7 requests to attend to wandering livestock across the region. No cattle were impounded though. In planning, COVID-19 applicable event update. Urgent amendments to Queensland's planning legislations were passed in March 2020 by Queensland Parliament to address concerns raised by a range of stakeholders, including local government and industry, in response to the COVID-19. The changes included: Point 1, declaring COVID-19 as an applicable event under the Planning Act 2016 on the 19th of March 2020 was extended to the 30th of April 2021. Declaring shops, warehouses and transport depots as users that can operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during an applicable event such as COVID-19. That's a fairly important one because there's been a lot of questions asked in that department. Providing for applications for a temporary use licence during the COVID-19 applicable event. And the final point, providing for extension on suspension of statutory timeframes during the COVID-19 applicable event. The Minister for Planning declared an applicable event on the 19th of March 2020 taking effect from 20th of March 2020. The applicable event was extended a number of times and extended on till the 30th of April 2021. In addition to the above, the Minister for Planning published an extensive notice during the applicable event, 8th of July 2020, providing additional time for undertaking approved development to assist local governments, businesses, industry and state government to manage the impacts of COVID-19 on their operations. The extension notice applied to development approvals that were in effect on the 8th of July 2020, or that came into effect between the 8th of July 2020 and the 31st of October 2020. The extension applies in perpetuity, even though the notice the notice ended on the 31st of October 2020. For example, a development approval that came into effect on the 1st of August 2020 that would have lapsed on the 2nd of August 2024 would now not lapse until the 2nd of February 2025, providing an additional 6 months for the implementation and completion of the development. In environmental health, COVID-19, Council's environmental health staff still receiving COVID inquiries, but since the Queensland restrictions eased recently, the number have understandably reduced. And in compliance, the temporary dog registration compliance officer position is to start on the 10th of May 2021. This position will be focusing on house-to-house dog registration checks. A temporary compliance officer contractor has also been arranged to initially for a 4-week commitment to start on the 10th of May 2021 to backfill the compliance officer currently on extended absence. Can I also just add to that quickly, behind me on the wall, there was, as Councillor Potter, I'm sure next month will give us a great update, the Burrendown Races was a huge success. We have a wonderful event this weekend in the Burrendown Fishing Comp, and Councillor Duff out in Proston on Saturday night, correct me if I'm wrong, has got an absolutely sensational presentation in the hall of a past history being presented, and I look forward to that update too. So I urge people to keep an eye out of what's on in the South Burnett. And with that, I'd like my rural, then Natural Resource Management Planning and Compliance report be moved to be accepted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. We have a seconder. Yep. Thanks, Councillor Fryloff down there. Okay, councillors, Councillor Duff.
Just wanting to know with our corporate plan with EC14, with compliance on unsafe living arrangements and putting in place a better compliance strategy for overgrown allotments. You mentioned about a compliance officer. Are we getting 2 additional spots? Is that budgeted for, or is that is that coming forward in our budget deliberations? The 2 extra spots.
Councillor, the 2 spots are and this is the discussion we had about positions versus temporary vacancy. The 2 spots that we've got, one is a temporary appointment for a position that's been funded to do the compliance checks. The other one is a replacement of a staff member that's on extended leave. So they are replacing current positions or positions that have been budgeted for in this financial year. With the corporate plan being adopted just last week, I suspect we're not going to see a change in staffing between now and 30 June. So it'll be for discussion when the communities come forward to councillors about what the funding allocation for next year would be. So yeah, short answer is yes, your budget discussions.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. CEO. I can just see here what you're saying there. So we've got the temporary dog registration compliance officer position starting. That's a temporary one starting on the 10th of May, so that'll be in place now. What that person to get onto those dog registrations, and then we've got a 4-week commitment starting again on the 10th to just to backfill our compliance officer.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just give an update. Between this report being written, that contractor has actually pulled out, has had a permanent position somewhere else, so he hasn't started. So we've missed out on that 4-week compliance. The temporary dog rego officer has started, but the other fella took a permanent job and hasn't turned up.
Thanks, GM. So are we I guess where are we back to the recruitment process? Is that happening straight away to try and get that person backfilled? Because I know there's a fair backlog in compliance with that person having been away.
So this was through, we'd engaged this through a recruitment agency, and that was the issue. We can go back, but just the availability of these officers is a bit scarce. So yeah, I'm not sure if we've got any opportunity for a replacement at this stage.
Would it be okay if we called Manager Patch up? We've got a spare spot over here. Craig, if you want to just give us an update on that, I'd really be very grateful if you could provide council with an update on your thoughts around the time frame for backfilling that temporary vacancy, because I know it's put your team under a lot of pressure with that person being away, and also perhaps to just allude in terms of budget conversations moving forward, environmental health, compliance officers, around overgrown allotments and around unsafe living conditions. I know we had a report coming to committee around that. Is that something that's being looked at and planned for in the budget submission after 30 June, from 1 July onwards, to link into that corporate plan strategic priority? Yeah, is that okay, Craig, if you don't mind? Thank you.
If I can get it to work, there we go. Good morning, Council, Mr Mayor, councillors. Through you, Mr Mayor. We have had 2 compliance officers engaged to assist with the backlog, and both of those have pulled out at the last minute, getting full-time jobs elsewhere. Basically, if they're any good, they're getting snaffled up. Unfortunately, we're back to the drawing board trying to get another contractor. We've been sent a couple other shortlist applicants, which we're reviewing, and hopefully if at least one of those are any good, then we will endeavour to re-engage with them and get them on the ground as soon as possible. In relation to the additional positions for the overgrown allotments and illegal occupancy, that there was positions put in the budget initially, but I think given the context of budgetary constraints, that those 2 positions may have now been taken back out of the proposed budget for communities.
Yeah, I might take this one. Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, we did with the initial budget that we put through with council. We had identified two officers, as you've alluded to, for the overgrown allotments and illegal occupation. So they're in the mix for budget conversation. So we have taken those positions out just to bring the deficit down that council's talking about, and through the budget discussions, this will be for council's consideration whether they want to add these positions in and what the priorities will be. So it's purely a budget discussion. So yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Manager and GM, for that update. So, fingers crossed we can get someone out of that short list that you're now working on, Manager Craig, to backfill and get that moving forward, because I know you're under tremendous workload there. It's a big area of compliance. General Manager May, is it possible, just when we get to the budget OPEX discussions around environmental health in coming weeks, that you can bring forward some costings to council on those 2 extra positions, so we can actually have council make an informed decision as to whether they want to consider funding those as a strategic priority as identified in the corporate plan? I know there's 2 items are mentioned in our corporate plan, and as CEO Mark said, I know the corporate plan's very new, but I think that's a conversation and a deliberation that I'd like to see council have around, well, we know we've got a deficit, but is this such a priority that we want to consider funding them or phasing it in over 2 years or something like that? Some sort of transition program. So we'd be really keen to see those costings come forward for those 2 compliance officers, so at least we can give some consideration to that. We know what sort of costs we're looking at in terms of the 2 officers, any internal plant charges that might apply as well. That'd be really appreciated if you could. Yeah, thanks, Peter. Okay, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Certainly, I was just thinking about the position actually going house to house checking dog registrations. I just wanted to ask the question, is there an opportunity when that person's out with the Snap Send Solve app or alike to actually be capturing some of the data around some of these overgrown allotments in our region? And the other, just thinking 2 birds with 1 stone, if there's any opportunity there to do some of those checks, I think that would be a good use of resources. And the other thinking, just hearing the commentary around the challenges in getting qualified compliance officers, I just wondered, is there a program or is there some sort of discussion in your team happening around any of our current employees who may be admin officers or alike? And I understand this is not necessarily an easy job to do, so I do respect that. If there is anybody, do we have a process where we're offering this to our people, and if they'd like to do the training and upskill and support in some of these gaps, that we're doing that, because that I can see that potentially as a longer term option. And my third question, just around this subject of compliance, and certainly I've been looking at the next report around some of the numbers. I would really like to see some data, you know me and data, just around how many actual overgrown allotment notices we're sending out, how many people are getting fined, how much is it actually costing council to mow these allotments, just some generic data so we can really understand the issue at hand. I know we all see it. Certainly, I was at a funeral on Friday, and conversations about overgrown allotments was something that I certainly got hammered at about at the funeral. People are noticing this. I can see the impact it has on our community. I'd really like to understand what's the current status of play when it comes to overgrown allotments, building compliance. Can we demonstrate where we're currently at so we can better understand where we need to be going? So they're my three questions. Happy to rephrase them if need be.
Happy to respond to those through you, Mr. Mayor. First question, can we multitask that particular resource when they're doing the house-to-house to see if they can pick up any overgrown allotments? Most definitely. Second question is, do we endeavour to upskill within or identify suitable persons who might want to upskill to a compliance role? Most definitely. We probably have those conversations regularly with people. However, as you've identified, it's not necessarily a highly sought after role by people that, oh gee, I want to go into compliance. It does take a certain type of person or individual to be in that space. Having said that, because we have had this extended absence with one of the officers, we have taken our admin person and have upskilled them to be able to start doing some overgrown allotments, because it is quite in the spectrum of compliance, overgrown allotment, at least the initial identification stage, is not that conflict in your face type of situation. So driving around identifying those is certainly something that was within the capability of most people. So we have, in order to try and keep up with the customer requests, have actually got our admin to start doing some of those things. But we have had conversations with people in the past to see if they would be interested, because it's not just with compliance role, the compliance officer role, but environmental health in general. Our environmental health officers, they are hard to find and keep. As you're aware, we've lost Peter Moore, so we're having conversations with people, if they would be interested in perhaps in a traineeship, or would you be willing to work and study and upskill in that space? Because if we can get people who are local and upskill them, they're more likely to stay, rather than if you get someone from SEQ or elsewhere, they might come for a little while and then leave, unless they find someone locally and stay, which has happened a couple of times, which is good.
Sorry. Just if I can, just to that question, when you say you work with people, is that and offer that opportunity, is that just in your team, or is that across the organisation of council?
So we have had conversations generally within the team, but also if there's certain persons that from time to time we engage with and they show potential, we're certainly having conversations with them about that. The council's on-call system for cemeteries, parks and gardens, NRM, we have some people on that who are not in our immediate team. And we just had an expression of interest most recently go out. So we are talking to people who are, particularly in parks and gardens, who may have a skill set of dealing with animals, large animal stock, horses, that sort of thing, that might show an interest in the compliance-related work. And the third question, which was about getting some statistics around number of overgrown allotment notices issued and PINs issued, we can certainly include that in the statistics, because that data is readily available. It's a case of knowing how much information you want put in those stats. So we can certainly include those. Not a problem.
Thank you for your responses. I just think because this is such a core focus, compliance is such a core focus of our corporate plan, if we can start to gather some of that data, I think it will definitely help us in that decision-making process. I understand the guys on the ground are doing a lot of work. I actually would like to acknowledge your team, Manager Craig. I know there are people in our region who suffer from terrible mental health illness and certainly don't have family nearby, and sometimes that's where some of these overgrown allotment conversations might start over simply, the block is messy, and your team is the team who's there trying to find a solution. And as I understand it, sometimes family members live interstate and there aren't immediate support services. I know Councillor Potter talks about it all the time in mental health support and well-being. So some of these things might seem as simple as just sending a notice, but there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes to try and get an outcome for our community, a sustainable outcome. I'm watching one in my division at the moment, which, I know they send the mowing crew in and it's a delicate balance, and not long after a couple of weeks, we're back to the same problem. So I completely understand how challenging it is. It's good to hear that you are having those conversations across the organisation, though, because I'm very mindful we've got some long-standing talent, some incredible resources in council who might actually be interested in a change and might be interested in the opportunities by compliance. So thank you.
So, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to note this position that we are talking about is only a temporary one. We have a current staff member who's on extended sick leave, so he will. Well, the expectation is that officer will return to council when he recovers. So it's a position that we can't recruit for permanently at the moment, which is certainly why we're looking at the contractor and the experienced operators, which adds to the difficulties.
No, you're right, she's right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanting to follow up on Councillor Shoemaker, but more about the compliance on the buildings, because there's more and more people getting into the habit of believing that they can come to the South Burnett and just put containers or live in tents, and because we dropped the ball in that area, just concerned about some that I've flagged that I think are really unsafe situations where there's dwellings in gullies and things like that, where people are just asking, and the community are concerned about it. People are just asking, can we get them to move up further up sort of on the higher land just for protection? Where are we at with that? And do we at least go out and address those really serious situations, or are we just so under-resourced that we can't get to those at all?
Yeah, I'll take you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, unfortunately, it's the latter. Given the current building boom, certifiers and the plumbing inspector are basically servicing those clients that are chasing the building approvals. If we pull them off to chase all the illegal building works and those illegal occupation ones, then we won't issue building approvals for the next over months, or probably yeah. So it is really a resourcing issue. The compliance fellas being down to one officer too hasn't assisted, but the building certifiers haven't got enough time in the day to as it is to do that certification work.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, an additional question then. What is happening with because we're trying to get an additional plumbing inspector and a building inspector, are those positions budgeted for, like I put forward as part of our budget deliberations?
Yeah, through. So we've just been through the recruitment process. Unfortunately, with the building certifier, we weren't successful in getting any qualified applications. We are rejigging that, looking at the cadet style program, redoing the PD, so we can at least get someone started and they can take some of the load off and train up to become a certifier. The plumbing inspector is in the interview stages, so they're going through that. We have included those in the budget, so there is new positions included in both of those areas. And I've really see those as cost neutral because of the activity in the industry, the increase in the building fleet that they are taking on, that those really don't have a budget impact. So yeah, those two positions are, we're trying to recruit, get people in them, and they are included in the budget going forward.
Happy with that, Councillor Duff?
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Potter, you've been waiting patiently.
No, you're right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. These may need to be taken on notice, but I'm just been looking at this. So Councillor Henson's report with regard to the sale yards, and it said 927 tick inspections, 933 dipped, and a total of 882 heads sold at the Coolabunny sale yards. And again, like Councillor Shoemaker, if you look in the next report that's coming up, the amount of cattle we've had going through our sale yards that were dipped and inspected and sold. I'm just wondering how much we get. I don't remember the prices of how much we get individually for each of the dipping, the inspections and the sales. And I'd just like to know the income of that. And also any idea of when we might know about the Building Better Regions Fund. Thank you.
I will have to take that on notice and bring back the sale yards are the operating, cash positive at the moment. Because of the numbers coming through, but that's not taking into account depreciation, and there's a large backlog of maintenance that sort of hasn't occurred. But yeah, they are operating. There is good income, but I'll have to bring that back. And BBRF, I'm not sure if the CEO has any idea, but it's I believe sort of probably still a couple of months off. I would hazard a guess.
We've had no advice back on the decision date, so yeah, don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Potter. Thanks, Peter, General Manager. Just a couple of observations there. Good to see that those strong numbers have been flowing through, particularly with the inspections in the sale yards, and that there's, as you were saying, a strong income flowing into council bank account from that sale yard operation. Be interesting to see those numbers as we go through, even as part of the budget process. And I guess the other thing is just to, I suppose for me, is to as Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Duff said, to support coming forward with those positions in the budget around those two compliance positions, so we can consider that carefully. Clearly, we need to look at how we're resourcing compliance. I would hope that our compliance staff, for the challenges that they have in dealing with very sensitive situations daily, that they understand how much of an impact, positive impact they have on our region, that when they get those overgrown allotments cleaned up and when they get those, dangerous dogs sorted out or whatever they do, we don't always see that. It's sort of like they fly under the radar, these people. And I would really like today to acknowledge the work. I'm sure Councillor Shoemaker was sort of going this way, to acknowledge the work that our compliance staff do, Manager Craig. And I hope, Peter, can we pass on our thanks to them for the tremendous job that they do and that they've been doing under stretched resources for, I would suggest, not just since we had one officer go and leave, but prior to that. I've watched this department run on the smell of an oily rag for so long. Their workload's increasing. They've had a lot of wet weather. They've grown allotments. We're having, continuing growing issues with dogs and with tents put in gullies and things. And I just think they're doing a tremendous job and they should be congratulated. And I hope that they feel and understand the difference that they're making to our community. So when I drive through Memorandum and see that it's all been mowed, those houses overgrown there that everyone talks about in the region, you can thank the compliance officers for that, because it wasn't for them going out there and knocking on the doors and pushing the buttons of the landowners to get that cleaned up, that would never be dealt with. So I think hats off to the compliance team, Craig. Well done. Yeah. Okay, back to you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the Coolabunny sale yards, just wanting to know what is happening with the dip yards. I know that you said that the Wandai and the Proston dips have failed, and Nanango was okay. Are we negotiating to you know, are we going to tender them and then go one out? Are we going to talk to the community? Because I think that there would be some interest, even if the dips aren't working for those yards, like I know people interested in the Proston yards and also the Wandai dip yards. Just wondering where we're at with that. Thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we've received a report back on the condition of the yards, and so we basically there's a report to come to the next meeting with the option. So particularly with Wandai, do we lease the yard? There's a holding paddock that's associated, and a few things that we'd just like to bring back to council, the scenarios around that. So whether it's both or separately, and that just particularly around Wandai, and with the dips, there's certainly identified a bit of work that. That we need to identify whether we fix up before we do release it, like some public safety issues and that. So we're just working through what we actually complete prior to releasing in the tender. They've identified some of those workplace health and safety issues and public safety issues that probably need addressing prior to releasing it out to tender. And then so that's due to come back to the next report. We've just got a thing through yesterday on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff and General Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to that conversation about dip yards, I would also really like to understand in that report what the impact would be if council decided not to do maintenance on those facilities and actually rehabilitate those facilities and remove them from our asset register going forward. I think I'd certainly recognise how important they are, but I would really like to understand the bigger picture with those facilities, particularly as we go into the next 12 to 18 months when we're looking at costs and some of these things that, you know, assets, and I can only imagine when you say safety and maintenance, some of the things when those dip yards were actually commissioned and built and what might be required. So I would encourage you, GMO May, when you bring that back to council, I'd like to see the full picture in terms of what we would be up for if we are to maintain them and keep them as facilities for the community, and certainly what the impact would be if we didn't maintain those facilities into the future, because clearly they have been closed for a period or not operating, if I'm hearing this conversation properly.
Yeah, certainly. So the dips haven't operated at Wandai Proston for a number of years.
Yeah.
But it is the wider facilities, because I think that those dips probably won't. Yeah, they'll be uneconomical to reinstate. But it's then it's just the yard facilities.
Mm. Yeah, I certainly appreciate it's going to be a challenging subject, particularly as agricultural is such an important part. Primary producers are an important part of our local economy. But I do think we need to look at the whole picture here based on what council is looking down the barrel of over the next few years.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker and General Manager May. Okay, well, thanks again, Councillor Henson, for a great report. Plenty of information there. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, move on to 7.2, which is the Natural Resource Management Operational Update at page 34. And might just hand over to Manager Mark to give us a run through on that. Welcome, Mark, and thank you.
Sorry. The cattle dipping figures are there for the period. couple of sales have been cancelled, so that's been just based on various industry activities, but things are sort of continuing to keep an eye on the place there. We've had a couple of improvements done with the wireless connection to the sale yards building, which will help on sale days, and that will alleviate a lot of congestion around the scale activities and take it down to the office. So that's probably been a good initiative, and we're continuing to address some of those issues there as well. The stats are there for wild dog and feral pig program, rabbit control. This information is sort of repeated in the portfolio report, so I'm just happy to take questions on any of those remaining stats, if that suits, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. Thanks, Manager Mark. Questions, councillors? Yeah, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Then we'll come back to you.
Thank you again for the work that's done in your department, Manager Mark. I'd just like to reiterate some of the figures that are here. The bounties processed in the month is 74. If we look back on our previous monthly reports now, part of that has been because of the establishment of the Ironpot and the Wengenville syndicates. The figures from those syndicates alone, which I'll bring back to council next month, so I have my facts absolutely correct, and as people are well aware, I own country in the Ironpot district, so to have 74 bounties processed in the month of April is doing a wonderful job in varmint control. We do have, and that reiterates the fact that we do have varmint problem in the South Burnett, whether it be wild dogs or whether it be rabbits or whether it be pigs. So there's wonderful work going on in that department there. And also, can I just stress again, I know I wish not to sound like a broken record, but to the people out there in the community, there is equipment available to loan, and I can't stress enough. You know, we have spray trailers, splatter guns, portable steel yards, cameras, GPS, dog traps, pig traps, cat traps, and tree spares. For people that don't know what a tree spear is, it's a spear that you inject the tree cactus with. And as you can see, previous year to date, cumulative's 98. But again, I just can't stress enough to the general public and the rural landowners, and you don't necessarily have to be rural. These pieces of equipment are there for the benefit of the community, and they're there to be loaned. So a great initiative by council, along with the syndicates that have been organised. So good work in the team there. Thanks very much, Manager Mark.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with the report, I really do appreciate these. I know council's gone to a lot of trouble to start measuring and reporting some of these things. I just wondered if it's possible to have a column on some of these of the year prior. I know going, to the end of this financial year, it's probably not relevant being only a month, but certainly next year, if we could have some comparative data, just when we start talking about resourcing, service levels, and certainly the 12 months ahead, I really do appreciate that opportunity just to reflect as to how some of these things are tracking on previous years. So that's just some feedback I have about these reports.
Thanks, Councillor Schumacher. Mr. CEO, as diligent as always, has got a note of that, so I'm sure we'll see that come through now. Councillor Duff, over to you again. Thank you.
Just on the Coolangatta sale yards, and I just wanted, for the benefit of particularly you, Mr. Mayor, about the washdown facility. I asked the question. I know that when we were out there, there was concern about the drainage on the washdown facility, and I did send a request through to Acting Manager Mark, and he filled me in on where that's at. So I just thought he might let us, the room, know what's happening in that space.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. There were some concerns about the operation of that particular washdown bay, and I had heard, various reports about its unreliability, etc. But that was to do with one incident where some timber shavings, or I can't remember the term I used, the timber shavings and some residue material was dumped into the wash bay and it clogged it up. Timber shavings and tree mulch and that sort of thing somehow got into the washdown bay. That was all cleared out and repaired, and it's working to everybody's satisfaction, and generally the reports are that that's quite a good washdown bay facility. And I'm not sure on the compliance side of things, it's probably compliant in terms of residue going elsewhere out of the site, but it's a good washdown bay. It has good pressure, and it's a good facility. So that's something that we should maintain to that high standard.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Dufford, Manager. I know there was some concern that the underground drain pipes were getting blocked, as you said. That was obviously from that case you mentioned, and there was some discussion from the truck drivers about maybe putting an open gutter channel that could run the water directly in, which wouldn't be subject to blockage. But I guess it's something you'd monitor anyway on an ongoing basis, and keep in touch with the users, and if there's any issues that come along, we could consider that in the future. Yeah, thanks for the update, much appreciated. The other thing, a couple of things there I had, just in terms of, in this report, biosecurity is one of those strategic priorities. Again, we're going to hear a lot about the corporate plan now it's adopted. We're all very excited, us councillors, so we're going to be talking a lot, everybody, about that. In the corporate plan, biosecurity was identified as a really, really important part of the corporate plan. And I know in talking to many farmers around the region who are serious producers, they do get concerned that sometimes, to put it politely, for want of a better term, the less serious producers who aren't as conscious of the need to keep weeds off their properties causes problems for the neighbours or the people who are upwind from them, or upstream. So I would like us to see us continue to make that a priority in council, biosecurity. I'm just looking here that year to date, after 10 months, we've treated 109 hectares of weeds, and it ranges there from GRT through Lantana and Mother of Millions and Patterson's Curse, Parthenium, of course, honey locust, and the list goes on. These are all very invasive weeds that can really affect the production of our pastures. And livestock is 71% of our $360 million GRP that comes out of our region. So livestock's a big part of our, and of course that includes pork, but livestock's a big part of our region. We're still a fairly serious cattle producer in the South Burnett, and these are all threats to that. So I'd like to see us continue to focus on that, and I'd like to perhaps, General Manager, in time to come, perhaps, in the next quarter of council, after we get through the budget cycle, maybe look at, as part of the operational plan, consideration of a program as to how we can actually increase the coverage in terms of the hectares treated across the region and become much more active and proactive and put more resources into treating these biosecurity risks, because Councillor Henson always tells us what a big problem this is across the region. The other thing I had was to perhaps look at, and probably one for Councillor Henson, I hear a lot about the success of the Iron Pot Syndicate and how that's been a community-driven, producer-driven initiative. And I wonder whether there's any way that we could maybe look at through AgForce or through our Ag Network, is there opportunity perhaps for other districts to learn from what Iron Pot's done and maybe form syndicates so they can start to take some control? I don't know, what are your thoughts, Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Happy to respond to that, and I'm sure Manager O'May will have something to add, but we're actually looking at having workshops in other areas, and there is a officer, I believe. We're trying to find some funding for an officer in that department as well, but we held workshops in the as it's stated, in the Wandai, Nanango, Geelong and Wengenville areas, and out of that there was two very successful. The Wengenville one is up on the base of the Bunya Mountains. There's a huge problem up there, and I just bring it to your attention, when you look at the bounties processed, 74 in the month of April, when there's 368 in the year to date. That's over one per day. Now in the rural sector, and I don't have to tell Councillor Duff what that can cost the rural sector. It is millions, can be millions of dollars, because you can't process a beast now if they have a dog bite on it. They won't accept that in an abattoir. So they're getting stricter and stricter on that. You talk about the hectares controlled, and as I've said before, trying to encourage the community to take up the equipment that's available to be loaned there, and the control of weeds. It's there. That's what it's there for. It's there for the use of people, be it the spray trailers. And when you look down the bottom at the weed control, 28 hectares, and to date 109. I know it's a cost and it's a time thing, but with you, Mayor, would like to see us do more work in that area. It's great what the guys are doing there, and as you can see across the board there, I mean, cat's claw creeper right down through to honey locust, and I've said this before, I think many people think honey locust is a grasshopper. It's not. It's not a grasshopper at all. It sounds like that, but it's a noxious weed plant. So there's several others there that we are, as far as the rural sector is concerned, are looking into. There's one that's little known about, but it's extremely invasive, is the tiger pear. Not sure whether Councillor Duff has had much experience with that, the tiger pear. And there's actually rumours, as of this morning, that they are trying to, in certain states, and this is not set in stone, but wanting to create the forage plant for cattle, Lakina, as a noxious weed. Now that in the rural sector will get some serious resistance. Lakina is a legume plant that cattle graze on. Done properly and graze efficiently, it can be as effective as a feedlot where cattle can produce 2 kilograms a day weight gain on it. There's thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands upon hectares planted across Queensland and the Northern Territory. It's become extremely invasive in the Territory and their water systems up there. So that's just one we're watching, Lakina. I'm not sure how that's going to go, but we have to look at all avenues as to why. And I think there's other weeds out there that should be declared before perhaps Lakina or in certain states. So, yeah, there's a lot of work going on in that biosecurity front and with AgForce and the primary producers. So it's a lot of work to be done in that space. But again, I say, like the equipment there is to be loaned. It's there for the producers and the community to use. I can't stress enough for them, if they've got a weed problem, or if they've got varmint problem, contact council or someone in council or their local groups around them in some shape or form. So, yeah, I can think we can only go up from there.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Yeah, and as I highlighted, just running some numbers here. So the livestock industry to our GRP contributes $250 million, $250 million to our GRP. That's livestock. So these are primarily threats to livestock to a large extent, including the pork industry, of course, with feral pigs and ASF and other things. So we're working through our operational plan over coming months and the development of that. And I'd be really keen just to flag the need to perhaps look at we talked about an art strategic plan, but a biosecurity strategic plan that looks at how we can help facilitate bringing all the parties together across the region and building on the success of the Iron Pot Syndicate to perhaps a look at an industry community-driven program that cuts right across our region from one boundary west to east, south to north, so we can really start to put a real injection of effort into biosecurity over the remaining term of this council. So if we can consider that as part of the operational plan, that'd be great, Council. Yeah, General Manager O'May, your thoughts?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, through you. And Councillor Henson mentioned this at the start of his portfolio report. We've put in an application under the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative, the Queensland Funding Program. So this is a 3-year program, and we've called it. I'll just read the summary for Council. So it's building an invasive species management alliance in the Burnett. So this is across Gympie, North Burnett, Cherbourg and the South Burnett. The project summary is the project aims to promote and establish landholder-led working groups to undertake coordinated management of feral animals and weeds in strategic control areas of the Burnett region. Funding will support dedicated regional coordinator to deliver workshops and field days to showcase examples of successful group models and provide information on best practice control techniques. Assistance will be provided for group formation and the development of operational plans to guide the group's investment in control activities. The project also aims to leverage additional funding to contribute to coordinated control activities and facilitate partnerships with other stakeholders. So I think that this project is solely aimed at building on that success of that Iron Pot group. And so, yeah, we're looking for a 3-year funding project that we can extend it widespread across the region.
Thanks, General Manager. That absolutely hits the nail on the head of exactly what I was saying. So that's great to hear. Yeah. Councillor Henson, we'll just let you wrap up and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Shoemaker. Thanks. No, you go ahead, Councillor Henson. Yeah, sorry, just continue on.
Just in relation to the workshops and that position, if it be filled or be successful, there is some great work to do in that space. And I just wanted to add, in some of the workshops that were carried out over the last 12 months, for a little bit of useless information, which is incredible, in one of those workshops, we had one of the departments came and had trapped a dog in Cunnamulla in central western in Queensland. 27 days later, that dog was captured in Coonabarabran in New South Wales. So that just is a bit of useless information, but that's what varmint can do and how they can travel.
I always enjoy your useless information, Councillor Henshin. That's quite fascinating. Based on the conversation here, and certainly regional development portfolio holder, I have to back up what the Mayor's saying there in terms of the value of livestock to our local economy. And the conversation that we had is really good, and I would really like to actually unpack that a little bit more. I think there are so many local parties involved. Just off the top of my head, you know, we've got the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, we've got AgForce, we've got the South Burnett Grazing Network, we've got the Baido Ag Networks. I really would like us to think about after the budget's brought down, Councillor Henshin, if it's possible to work with you, I'd love to see Council bring together a round table of some of these major players and maybe some of our large livestock producers and alike, just so we can get a little bit clearer, because I think there are so many great things happening in pockets across the region. That's certainly what I've seen. I've attended a couple of the various different field days. I've certainly been at workshops. DAF held a great one, Broadacre and beyond, which I'll talk more about in my report next week. But, you know, I just think there is so much great work happening. Sometimes we don't complement each other well, and we don't fully understand the bigger picture and how we pull those levers to get better outcomes for our region. So I think actually having some sort of roundtable forum or discussion maybe in a couple of our town halls around the area, or I would really like to see us unpack and really get clear on our strategy, the various different players, how we can work together better and leverage the dollars, the funding that is available and coming in to get better outcomes in our region. So I think with that core focus in our corporate plan, post-budget time, Councillor Henshin, if you need any help in leading that, I think you've got incredible contacts in that area, and it'd just be really good to continue this conversation, really understand what we as a council can do. I'm mindful with the resources that we have, and also support those entities and groups that are already doing great work in the region.
Thanks, Councillor Schumacher. Yeah, thank you. It sounds to me like that's a great idea. I could see CEO Mark making notes there about once we get into the delivery operational plan, whether you're saying we could put together some sort of biosecurity collaboration forum, forums in the town halls, or try and bring the parties together and then start to work with them to map out a way forward in terms of what is council's role, how do we facilitate that better across the region, how do we work with them to develop a strategic plan. I think that's a great idea. What are your thoughts, Councillor Henshin?
Yeah, 110% behind it. I personally would like to see us go out there. We know when we have these wonderful events on, and classic was the Broadacre in the town hall only 10 days or so ago. I'd love to be part and form that and work together with council. Council has done a wonderful job in facilitating these syndicates that have started, and we asked council some time ago about that. And it's wonderful to have council's support for those syndicates, and they are working. They don't necessarily fit into every environment or every community or every district, but I personally would like to see us as a council, or whatever we can put together, go out there, go to them, go to their neck of the woods and stand in the paddock or stand in the yards or stand on the creek banks and talk to them there. It's pretty hard to get the guys and girls from out in the bush to come to us, so I would suggest we go to them.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Henshin. Well, we could certainly do both, couldn't we? Complement that. The other thing is, I suppose, in the budget cycle we're going through now, we haven't really got our teeth into NRM yet, but biosecurity is going to be a big priority for council. I know that we're all working hard to find cost savings to work ourselves out of deficit over the next few years, and I'm sure we'll be successful in doing that. But I would like to see us also look at how we resource this area. You know, I know we put a lot of energy into supporting, and we have done, economic development. Tourism, for example, not to pick on tourism, but I wonder if there is more we can do as a council to help facilitate, and Councillor Shoemaker, drive forward agricultural industry development, and rural resilience is part of that. Whether we need to start looking at some internal resources around a rural resilience officer or an ag development officer or someone like that, because it seems to me, and I probably might say this is probably not overly educated in this space, but I can't help but feel that over the course of my adult life, I've consistently seen, or certainly since Sir Joe left politics, that the various state governments of both persuasions have dropped the ball on the delivery of services in this space out in regional Queensland. I don't see the services coming out of DAF, DPI, whatever you call it now, to our rural communities that we used to once have around extension officers and agricultural economic development officers and trials and research stations. We just don't seem to have that. And I'm not wanting to cost shift more into council's portfolio, but at the end of the day, someone's got to pick this up. And as I said, it's a $360 million industry and growing in our region, and it soon will be a $400 million industry. It outstrips every other industry in our region tenfold, honestly, agriculture. And I firmly believe that food production is going to be the future of this country, and certainly the future of this region. Food production into those growing consumption economies of broader Asia, including India, post-COVID. We're going to see, I think, over the next 2 decades, a massive opportunity for this country. And I know that is why Wellcamp, the Wagners are gearing up Wellcamp. I know that there are big players out there in the market identifying that. And I just believe now is the time for us to get in behind our farmers, do whatever we can to support the growth of the ag economy, the growth of the rural sector, diversify it. Let's get better science. Let's work harder. And I just wonder if we're going to start looking at how we're going to resource that internally. And I know, Councillor Shoemaker, you'll have a lot of thoughts around this, but I just see it as a great opportunity for our region. I mean, if we can grow our ag economy to 500 million over the next 10 years, that's a massive contributor to the prosperity of this region. So I just want to put that out there for budget considerations as to whether we should be looking at, how we resource ag development and rural resource support moving forward, and which cuts across into biosecurity and all these issues. So just probably putting that out for future notice, I guess, at this stage. So, yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, thanks.
Yeah, look, I'm hearing you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly what I got out of the Broadacre to the Burnout workshop the other day was the challenges around water and climate. You're absolutely right. Our rich volcanic soils, our climate, everything is right. There's so much diversity in the South Burnout. We can grow absolutely anything. Our challenge is having the water, and certainly, as summers get hotter, as winters get shorter, and we have these vast rainfall patterns and changes, there are significant challenges. I agree. I'd love to grow that industry. There are going to be significant challenges, and we need to be working on those bigger picture big rocks, the big priorities that help us to leverage that gap and use the stakeholders that are already working in this space to our advantage, because we are so challenged with resources. I guess what I'm thinking with this roundtable is I want to have a much bigger conversation. I certainly respect and appreciate the work that's happened with the syndicates, but I actually want to take this right out. I want to have a above table view of all the players who are working in the South Burnett in this space, because certainly when drought comes, we see them, and we see it all in splinters. When flood happens, we see people working in splinters. There is so much great knowledge and collateral in our region, and so many excellent things already happening. I think it would be great for council. I think whilst I'm very keen to get to the end, I would really like to take a minute to step back and to take a big, broader look at who's playing in the space of agriculture, in biosecurity. What are the things happening in our region? What is the funding in our region? Who's leveraging those opportunities? I see this roundtable, whilst I agree it's about us getting out there, it's also about us sitting down and listening, really listening to fully understanding what council's role is and how we can support these entities from an advocacy point of view, absolutely. From a funding point of view, how do we support some of these entities to get more funding? I just think we need a much bigger picture view of agriculture in our region, and certainly based on some of the conversations that have been had around the challenges for climate and water going forward, the logistics of transport, the challenges with workforce, the challenges with housing, the challenges with migration, and actually getting workers to pick the fruit and things that we grow. These are all big issues that we really need to start working collectively on. And I know everyone's doing work in splinters, and I don't think there's room for ego at any of these tables. It needs to be about collaboration, getting best value for the people in the industry. So I'm really looking forward to having further conversations with you all about how we really get behind the agricultural industry, but how we also hold those players that are already playing in this space to account and get best value from what they're doing. So I welcome this conversation. Thank you. It's been excellent.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henson, we'll come back to you shortly, Councillor Duff. Sorry, I just wanted to let Councillor Henson. Yeah. All right. Okay. Go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on from that because we already have the ag network meetings there's a massive amount of people go to those. The producers are hungry for information and for support. So any field day, any ag network function, we get the halls are packed. People are keen to be out there. The ag network it was established by Biodo, but the last round we supported through the drought funding, and we have Alan Broom on the ground, and he's actually collecting a data of all the ag producers across our whole region and trying to use that data for two things. One is for an adverse events management plan, but also so that for the benefit of council to capture information so we understand all the players through what crops are on the ground, all of those things. So he's been working closely with in our as my portfolio rural resilience to try and get that happening. So I think that some of that work is already in train. And I also just wanted to say I'm 100% behind the getting the message out there with that trapping program, because as soon as I heard about it, we've actually got one happening now in our community. It's been doing with us. We've got a trapper on our Dido property right now as part of that. We decided to do what Councillor Henson was doing in Ironpot and do it in our area. So we've got a trapper moving around, trapping dogs in a whole area. So I'm quite sure if you get the word out about these, it's just such a simple concept, but no one's thought about it. And with the 1080, it doesn't work unless you get collaboration, people working across the whole region. The same with trapping. If you do it in isolation, you're not going to get anywhere near the effect as if you get a group together. So if we could get all these groups across our whole region doing it, we would just make massive inroads, because as Councillor Henson said, the dogs are coming from everywhere and we're just doing it in bits and bobs. Whereas if we could get collaboration, it'd be a fantastic outcome. So I'm 100% supportive of of progressing what you're saying, but I think we already have some of that data and that opportunity to collect a large body of people to bring to the table. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Henson, just to wrap up.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr Mayor, and I won't be long, but I was glad Councillor Shoemaker touched on exactly what I was going to say, and that was diversification. The South Burnett has got diversification like no other region in certainly southeast Queensland. It's not about just the cattle industry, and I'd like to make sure that every department and every entity within agriculture is taken on board, from the avocados in Blackbutt and the strawberries to the stone fruit in Cumbia, to the legume growers and the cereal producers, across to the cattle producers in the, no stone needs to be left unturned in this, and that's incorporating everybody in this, not just picking on certain industries. I think, as Councillor Shoemaker said, diversification here is unbelievable, and it's a great opportunity as us as a council to form a bond with our rural sector here and go forward with it.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. So yeah, some really good conversation starting to unfold around this, and of course it's in our corporate plan, so it'll feed through to our operational plan, and then we'll be able to continue that body of work through that process over the remaining term of council. So we have the recommendation that the NRM operational update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Henson. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That marks off item 7.2. Committee, it's now almost 10:35. I move that we we adjourn the meeting for morning tea and resume at 10:45 a.m. sharp. If we could please, a quick 10-minute break back at 10:45. Seconder, thanks Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried. We'll see everyone back here at 10:45. Thank you. Now move that we reopen the committee meeting at 10:48 a.m. We have a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried. Meeting reopened at 10:48. 7.3 is the Planning and Land Management Operational Update. And might just hand straight over to Manager Duplessis to give us a run through on that. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Can we just see the now? Sorry. So, thank you very much. So, yeah, councillors, the trend in terms of numbers of applications, these are building applications, private certifier applications are still continuing along a very steep increasing track. So I do not foresee that there would be any sort of letdown before the end of this year, not the financial year, this year before December. It's starting to get to a situation where even the builders are now, private certifiers are asking for extensions on their approvals. So under the building legislation, a building approval is valid for 2 years. And unlike planning and other applications, you can't do any work unless you have a building approval. So a private certifier by law can grant one extension to that initial permit for another year. If that private certifier wishes to give another extension, they need council's approval. So we're now starting to see requests from private certifiers for the authority to actually extend those approvals. So that tells me that it's either that there's a lot of, I think it's a combination of having a lot of work on, but also shortages in materials and staff and all those things are starting to push through. So I think once the applications slow down, there will still be a significant lag in terms of work. And this goes for both building and plumbing. In terms of resourcing the building section, we have a permanent replacement for this Pam who went on maternity leave. So Kirsty Reid started beginning of this month, last week, yeah. So initial reports are she's making good progress. She's really taking the job full on. So she will be basically supporting Russell. Then we also have another lady who is a administrative support officer. She will be doing the building searches, solely focusing on those building record searches. Now remember, these are the searches, particularly when people sell a property or a property, a property changes hands. And even if there's a swimming pool as well, they need a certificate from a council in terms of the pool fencing to ensure that that is actually complies with the requirements. So those building certificates are still trending upwards. Excuse me. If there are defects found or if there's no final approval, the purchaser and usually the transfer lawyers then have the opportunity to pay additional fees for council to actually do a property inspection, and we call that a property report. So our certifier will actually visit the property and give an indication of what buildings did require approval, which didn't, what the state of them are, and give us sort of a general indication of the status of those buildings. And that will allow the purchaser then to make an informed decision about continuing with the purchase. So in terms of our applications, I think in terms of the workload for plumbing and talking to plumbing inspector, the volume of applications seems to have slowed down a little bit in terms of plumbing. But I get the impression, and I've been told that with the additional full-time resource that we will be employing, that we'll certainly get behind and work through the backlog. And as I said earlier, that particular plumbing inspector, which we're interviewing for next week, if the workload is such that there's only sufficient work for one plumbing inspector, that plumbing inspector can actually do some of the compliance. There's heaps of compliance stuff in terms of particularly household sewage treatment plants, plumbing work that's been done without permitting and those sort of things, that they could focus solely on that. But the first sort of priority would be to get through the backlog in work. Interesting with the private certification, that the current private certifiers are so so busy that they're not even interested in, well, we couldn't get anybody to apply. Secondly, they're not even interested in driving up the range to come and do work here because they've got so much work down south that it's basically it's basically coming out of the woodwork for them. So they're just laughing basically at the moment. And coupled with that is the fact that a lot of them couldn't find insurance, so there's a bit of a shortage as well. Because a lot of building certifiers couldn't continue their practice because they couldn't get liability insurance. So I think the jury is out in terms of what the future holds for private certifications. I know in other jurisdictions they've pulled it all back to councils again. Whatever the state government may decide, I have no idea, but we will be in a situation, I think, and the bigger councils at the coast have the luxury of having a lot of these private certifiers at their doorsteps, so they don't even offer certification service. The Building Act says council must accept a building application. It doesn't say council must have a certifier on staff and do the certification. We just can't refuse to accept the building application. Of course, the service that the private sector can't provide is compliance, things like citing discretions, relocatable buildings in terms of the bonds and so on. So there's a few services that the private sector really can't provide, but and they still contract that out at the bigger councils on the coast, but we don't have that luxury, of course. So, what the future model for us would be, I'm not sure. I suppose at this time it could be anybody's guess. There's, I know, for example, a neighbouring council, their certifier left and joined Toowoomba, but he's still doing their certification for them out of the Toowoomba Regional Council office. So I don't know what the arrangement is there.
Yeah, thank you, Major Chris. Sorry, if I can just say, Councillor Shoemaker likes the data, and for good reason. Data tells the story, and just to emphasise the point here that you're making, we've just look at your numbers on page 40, and from the bottom up. So plumbing customer requests this year are tracking to hit 200. Last year got to 96. That's over 100% increase. Building customer requests is tracking to get to 1,000 customer requests in building. Last year it got to 771. That's a 40% increase it's tracking for. Planning customer requests is tracking to 900, which is double last year of 450. Plumbing certifications is tracking to go to 160 based on the trends it's showing there. That's 60% up on last year from 94. Go up to the second line, building certifications are tracking to hit 700 over 375 last year, which is over 90% increase. There's some big percentage shifts in workload there, isn't there? And there's been a study come out recently, and I've shared some of this with the community, that the net migration figures in Australia over the last 12 months since COVID hit the country in March 20. So if you look at the people that have moved into the city, that many. People that have moved out of cities into rural Australia is that many. So the net migration difference, the difference between that bar on the graph and that bar on the graph, is 43,000 people. Now, that mightn't sound a lot, but when the graph traditionally has been that many going into the city, that money coming out to the bush, now that's completely switched around. 30,000 of those 43,000, 30,000 of those 43,000, 3/4 of them have come to Queensland. Rural Queensland has picked up a net increase in population migration of 30,000. We are the fastest growing regional Queensland at the moment part of the country. Isn't that an amazing statistic? Yeah, and this reflects that. I would suggest to you too that as we see historically on the curve, on the growth curve, the tail is going to be a lot longer for us than it is in Brisbane and the coast. They tend to do this. We tend to do this. And I really think that the tail of this, the ongoing flow of this, our stream will run for a lot longer, I think, because we're not getting those big spikes. And I think as Brisbane and the coastal areas start to hit their peak, the pricing peaks out, the rebates start to drop off from government, I actually think you'll see that we'll actually continue to kick on. I don't think this is going to be a short-term phenomenon. I don't know how long it's going to be, whether a bit like cattle prices. Is it going to be 2 years? Is it going to be 3 years? But I really think we're only at the beginning of what I feel is a medium-term upturn in demand for construction demand and real estate demand right across the South Bennett region. I hope I'm right. Yeah. So, sorry, Chris, I just wanted to add context to some of your statements there. Yeah. So if it's okay, Chris, you might just go now to Councillor Shoemaker, and then we can come back to you to continue, if that's okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that okay? Councillor Shoemaker, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree. I keep saying it. We will be the next growth story. Like, all the writing is on the wall. Absolutely. I probably had a couple of questions about the report. So is it all right if I table those with you now, Chris? Yeah. So certainly, I think what we've learned over this past 12 months is the importance of our planning team, planning, building and plumbing team. And I know we're all very aware of the bottlenecks in this issue. It probably concerns me very much that we're still talking about the challenges of getting resources in these areas, particularly in that certifying field. So I'm wondering if in our operational plan, or if we can actually spend some time actually really unpacking this issue and what our options are as a council. So, are there opportunities for us, just blue sky thinking here, but are there opportunities for us to offer some cadetships to local builders, or how do we actually get some local certifiers coming through our pipeline? And I understand that might be a short, a long-term investment, but I don't think this problem is going to go away. And I really do think we need some sort of focused conversation about really unpacking these challenges, these inhibitors to growth. Where are our bottlenecks, and how are we going to respond? What are our opportunities? So I really want to do some blue sky thinking with the team, maybe in the new financial year, if that could be something we consider in the operational plan about how we can get some solutions to this problem. I also noticed recently I read an article about Toowoomba Regional Council using an online real estate portal, which offers a direct service to the customer around planning searches, building searches, and I'm probably really interested with our giant investment in software and technology, if there's any opportunity, if that's a plug-in or something that we might be able to investigate for our council. My understanding is that's user-led, so it's less resource-heavy in terms of actually building a response to a customer search or request. It populates it, and I understand that will come down to what data we have, but I'd really like to understand where we're at with that, and if that's an option for us going forward. It looks like a very innovative customer service option. The second thing, I guess it led me on to the Tech One launch and our investment in software. Really keen to understand for your team manager, Chris, where are those real efficiencies, or where are those opportunities with this new software to, I guess, iron out some of these creases for you and your team, and use your resources to best value. And yeah, they were my main questions. And I'd like to welcome Kirsty Reid to the team. How exciting is that? another admin officer in the team, and another Kirsty, may I add.
Was that Kirsty or Christy? Thank you. I might just hand to Mr. CEO, Mark, just in terms of T2's ongoing development, online portals and those sorts of concepts that Councillor Schmake's talking about. What are your thoughts around that?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. As far as T1, T2, T1, the investment that's going in, T1, T2, it's T for you, T for me. Yeah. I've noted it down. The system, the core investment that's going into the system is actually to get the basic functions working correctly. I don't think is an unfair statement. It's certainly put it in the cloud, and it's taking it off of off-site storage servers. So customer requests, getting that integration, records, ECM, the records management, the CR, the PNR modules, the property, making sure that those work. And I'll stand corrected by the GM, but the next stage of this is, and it fits, I think, dovetails into the question you've asked, is we're in the same space. Is that process mapping? We've done a significant amount of process mapping to get us to this point. But the next stage is actually, where does that piece of paper go? What does that piece of planning application do? How's it go? Chris and his team have already done, and again, I'm happy to be corrected, Chris, if I'm overemphasizing, but the electronic file systems of a lot of the paperwork and the data, you guys have already done a lot of work in that. Yeah. So they're already just very quietly going about their business and getting a lot of that on style. I know Building Certifier loves his photocopier and scanner, and and paper. So a lot of the files are being digitized. That was the word I was searching for. So there's work going. So the next stage of this, without is that process mapping, and that'll be folded into, well, not just the next stage, but the ongoing program is that process mapping and looking for those bottlenecks and where that single piece of paper, if it gets printed, scanned, where does that go? Where does that stop? It was identified earlier on, and timesheets are ones over the years that we've used as examples. The amount of times a timesheet can get scanned and printed is significant. So without labouring, yes, that work is already plugged in. So I think customer requests are the next, the CRM module, and the PNR, property and rating CRM, is the next stage of this. So that'll be the area of focus, which will flow through to those requests to planning building.
Mr. CEO, in summary, what you were saying is that these things will come into the agenda of the implementation of our technology. It'll be a timing. We'll get through some of these foundational elements first, and then we can move into some of those online platforms. I'm sure there's a number of areas we can look at online platforms around online lodgement of CRs and online requests for whatever else. So clearly we're moving to an online world, aren't we? So keen to see that happen over when the time's right. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Schumacher, did you want to add to that? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Like, I don't think we have much of a choice, to be honest. This is the world in which, it's quite harrowing to hear photocopying and stuff is still happening, to be honest. This is a major investment in our IT system, absolutely huge, particularly for a small region like ours. And I know other regional councillors, for fact, because my sister works in the planning department at Moreton Bay Regional Council, are doing just this. We really need, I'm very keen to, I understand there's a lot of work happening, and I understand there's been a lot of process mapping, but I really do think we need to just keep going with this and be quite relentless in our pursuit of efficiencies, because the days of having 4 or 5 admin staff managing records, I think, are quickly passing us by. And we need to be getting more from those resources than sending letters and things like this. Communication is flying at a rapid speed. There are systems there. We are paying the money, a lot of money. Our overheads for the administration and the management of a complex organisation of council are quite large. We need to be getting a return. So I think the work is far from done. I know we're only just scratching the surface, but we need to keep going with this because councils like TRC are doing it. If we're spending the money, I think this has to be a key priority, and I will be looking for it in the operational plan. What's the road forward? It's so important.
Yeah, well said. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Frolov.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor, I totally agree with Councillor Shoemaker, and with this building and property and planning, we've increased immensely within the last 12 months. COVID, everyone's building. My son's one of them. And that, but just like with the building and planning that, Chris, you've mentioned, but also a little bit later on in my area, you'll see that compliance are flat out everywhere. You can't get blood out of a stone anymore. They are so under the pump, our compliance staff, and I've seen them firsthand, that they're just working both ends, like to try and get things done for people. They're getting yelled at as much as we do, being a councillor. And my heart goes out to them. We need to really have a look, because compliance in all areas are the revenue makers for council. I was just looking also, like the enforcement notices for this month alone, 190 have been sent out. And then you've also got the licences and permits for 25 so far. Like this area is excelling, and I totally believe that we have got to start supporting the compliance, property, planning, building, and health and regulations, dogs and all that. We've really got to seriously look and help these guys, because they are under the pump.
An important message. Well said, Councillor Frolov. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, Chris, back to you. Sorry. Oh, Susan, you got your light on? Yep,
So-
go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just want to reconfirm that the T2 project, the commitment that Council's given us as far as supporting this, like, it's not an easy fix, it's a beast. And for 6 years, it's been configured down to where it's not even workable. So we are up in the cloud now, but this is when the real work starts, and the priority is, number one, is our customer requests, and that, as per councillors saying, that is a priority. But everything interlinks. And I spoke to the project manager the other day, and she said, how soon do you want this to happen? And I said, I want it to happen as soon as possible, but you get one go at it, and I want it done properly right from the start. So she said, fine. So at the moment, we're mapping all of our processes. Like the CEO said, it has been mapped before, but it's where does that affect this if we press this button and that? So we are not going to progress to the end with easy Band-Aid fixes before we actually know what our business is. So that's where we are at the stage. We have 19 projects identified as part of the one project, and we've prioritised those the way they link into the system, into the Tech One system. So I just want to assure Council that, yes, we'll be looking probably next year with the budget there to maybe increase, we don't know, our staff to deliver this project, because it needs to be done and done properly.
And of course, let's retain all of our existing staff who've got that knowledge. We don't want to lose that. Let's keep them happy and keep them working productively. Thank you. Back to Chris, just to wrap up on the operational update.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through Mr. Mayor, just as a section, or we've been trying to digitise all our work processes as much as possible. So for example, you would find a year ago a building certifier would be sitting in an office with a stamp stamping plans, for example. That all happens electronically now. We're stamping all our plans electronically. All communication with our customers is in electronic format. I can't remember the last time we received a planning application in paper form, for example. So there's specific dedicated email inboxes for those processes. So I guess there's a lot of, because obviously we can't wait till there's a process, but it's good, because I think a lot of our processes that we've been putting in the background would be able to feed into the T2 project. And I mean, you take something like signing of letters, that all happens electronically now. Letters are shared between staff. It's no longer letter that's printed on a letterhead and taken from staff member to staff member, and then it gets scanned and emailed. It's all done electronically now. So, of course, with the challenge with the electronic system is like, if you tweak something in one area, it inadvertently causes an issue in another area that you couldn't foresee in the start. So those sort of niggling issues gets ironed out over time. But I'm certainly confident that this, certainly in our area, and I think other areas as well, the staff is really taking on board and seeing the benefits of doing stuff electronically instead of and still keeping in mind that we have to comply with the Archives Act. We still have to have records available, and there's still an argument whether the electronic record is fine. I mean, the Building Act recently changed, where council only was required to keep building records for 10 years, for example. It's now changed, so a lot of councils, all the records, building records that were older than 10 years, they just deleted and bin. So now you have to keep a building record until the building is demolished. So you've got to keep a full record basically for the life of the building. And we still, I mean, even operational works approvals, some of those plans are 100 sheets of, A3 pieces of paper. We don't stamp them, we just list them and they get electronically approved. So yeah, we're trying to make or build in some efficiencies in our process, certainly.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, sorry, just one more question. Just certainly know where we're headed with IT. Just wanting to understand, are there in the planning and building and plumbing area different pieces of software? What pieces of software do you actually currently use? Is it just like the records management system, or are there other pieces that have licenses and things?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So we only use at the moment PNR and Tech One, and then of course our communication with our customers is via Outlook, via email. Most of the bigger councils use a product called PD Online that allows people to actually lodge and track the progress of their applications online. But that's dependent, and I think the reason why South Burnett did not move into that, it's a fairly resource-intensive software. Secondly, and I think our volume of applications in the past wouldn't have justified that type of system, because PD Online is unfortunately only for planning applications. My understanding is that Tech One has the ability to where people can register or the public can register as a user. We as a council can actually control what they can and can't see, because obviously you want to protect people's personal information. But there are options, and I know that's probably a future project to look at, so people would be able to, through Tech One, lodge applications and also view the online progress. So part of the reason why we didn't use PD Online, because PD Online sits separate from Tech One, it's different software.
Thanks very much, everybody. So, sorry, Susan, did you want to add to
Sorry,
that?
Mr. Mayor, yeah,
Thank
just
you.
to clarify that, and this is our point, we're paying thousands upon thousands of dollars for these remote licences where Tech One has the capacity to deliver all of these. So this is all part, again, of that review, and this is what we're doing. We're peeling it all apart and we're putting it all back together again. And all of these efficiencies will be gained through this review. And like I said, it's a work in progress. It's not going to happen. It's gone on for years and years, and we're not going to fix it straight away. And the person we have in charge or leading the project at the moment has extensive knowledge of Tech One. So you don't know what you don't know. So just some of the projects we've walked in and said, can this do so-and-so? And the response has been, of course it can. And it's like, wow, why haven't we been using this? So this is what we're unpeeling. Like I said, it is a beast. It's huge. It's probably one of the most vitally important projects this council will ever have to deliver.
Thanks. We might wrap up there. Thanks, Susan. And on that note, it's important that we all stay committed to this process, right from the apex of the organisation, being the 7 councillors, right through to the people out in the field. We stay committed over the next 3 years of our term of council to all working together to roll out the different stages of T2 so that we can set future council up for much more success with having those proper systems in place. So let's all keep this in the forefront of our mind. Let's keep our eye on the ball and keep working together on the development and implementation of that. Absolutely. So some good conversation there. Okay, so we've just got that there in front of us now. The operational update for planning and land management. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Second, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And again, thank you, Manager Chris. Much appreciated. Very informative. Let's go on to 7.4, local law review at 43. And General Manager O'May, would you like to give us an intro on this one? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this was just in response to a question from the committee previously that we review the animal management local law just in regards to dogs and cats on multi-residential premises. But the recommendation is that we are due for a review of our local laws. It is something we've been wanting to undertake for about the last 3 years, I think. So we are proposing to actually put in our operational plan that we conduct a review of the local law suite next year. So hence that's the recommendation that we complete a review of the local laws and subordinate laws and include that in activities in next year's budget allocation. And that'll be a process which will allow us to, you would actually go out, you'd invite public comment and review the whole suite. Animals is usually the biggest part of that. Around that, but while we are going, I think it's prudent to do the lot. So these were basically 2011, so we are getting to that sunset time where they need a good review.
Thanks, General Manager O'May. So just a bit of background here. So this came about for the benefit of the community. This came about as a result of Council having some discussions about the treatment of keeping of cats and dogs and registrations of cats and dogs on multi-residential premises, so where we have a lot of land and we have a number of units, a number of residents living in those units, and looking at whether or not local law number 2 is still suitable for the modern day requirements of our community. And out of that, so the recommendation is that Council, that this committee recommended Council that a complete review of all Council local laws and subordinate local laws be undertaken during the 21-22 financial year, and that this activity be included in Council's 21-22 operational plan. Do we have a mover for that? Thanks, Councillor Duff, and a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Any speakers for or against? Councillor Duff.
I'm very keen on this, but I also wanted to include, because over the term of my career, we've always had a real issue about identifying what's a visual amenity and what's not, and with the number of car bodies that you're allowed to have in the backyard and all of this kind of stuff. And I would like us to look into what other councils do around that and try to incorporate some type of differentiation between what's regarded as a problem and what's not as part of that whole local law review. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. So, General Manager, is there a local law that addresses that particular matter that'll be picked up as part of this review?
Yeah. So that could be specifically considered as part of the review. And yeah, Councillor Duff has talked about that. And we can talk to other councils. I know, just talking about Manager Patch, he's been following up other councils on their overgrown allotment procedures and that, and we're finding that either a lot aren't getting back to us or they haven't actually got any specific policies or procedures in place. So that work's ongoing. But yeah, this is that opportunity. You can have a look at all of those things. You can set your limits on something like that, your visual amenity or your number of cats or dogs or chooks or land area. So yeah, it's probably good to go in and have a look at the whole spectrum.
Thank you, General Manager O'May. Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Go on to item 8.1, which is the Waste Management Portfolio Report, and it's my pleasure to invite Councillor Froloff to present that. Thank you, Councillor Froloff.
Thank you, Mayor. Waste Compliance Officer position. The state-funded position started mid-April 2021. Funding for this joint position was for a successful state government grant. This position was a joint council initiative of the North Burnett Regional Council, the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire and the South Burnett Regional Councils. The officer is focusing upon illegal dumping and littering within the 3 jurisdictions. This council and this position will continue to work with State Forestry to attempt to address the significant illegal dumping hotspots within the forestry across the 3 shires. And capital works up to date, the Maidenwell Transfer Station, the construction of the new automated waste transfer station at Maidenwell is well and truly underway, and hopefully we've got some good news coming soon from Derm that we've got the vegetation hub ready so we can start work. And that is my waste management portfolio for today. I'd like it accepted, please.
Yeah, thanks for moving such, Councillor Fry. Do we have a seconder? Yep, thanks, Councillor Potter. Okay, councillors, questions, comments in relation to the report? Councillor Potter, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the Maidenwell Transfer Station, I think 2 points. I think we were told the other day that information regarding that has come through, and am I right to believe that we've actually got it built on a road reserve?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the current location is on the road reserve where all those bulk bins are. So that's correct.
So that's the existing location at the moment, is it, where the skip bins are on the road reserve? It's visible from the road, is that I understand to be the case? So that being the case, the new location's clearly been identified, and we're now waiting to get that DNR approval around the vegetation hub clearing. I understand that's almost there. Is it getting close? Yeah? Okay. So we're just waiting for notification from DNR on that. Has the site, can I ask a couple of questions? Has the site been, further to what Councillor Potter was saying, has the site been, I'm assuming it probably has, extensively consulted with the community? Are the Maidenwell and district people happy with the new location? And will it then not be visible from the road from a visual aesthetic, from an aesthetics point of view?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we have had extensive consultation with the community up there. I think everyone is happy with the proposed location. We're moving into or just off the road. This is clearing to allow access that they need to clear in. We went to the community, it seems ages ago now, and it would be with a number of different options, and most of them were unsuitable for whatever reason. One of the options was to go into sports ground, but you lose area off the sports ground. So we negotiated with the adjoining neighbour. The property changed hands, so which held it up again, but looking at a small portion off the corner of that block, so it is back in off the road. I think it will be less visible, but this one will also be a keyed location, so people will actually have to have the access. So it won't be open to the general public. So people will have to register to have access to get into the facility. So which will allow it to be a much more controlled facility.
Thanks, Peter. Peter, my understanding is, from listening to Manager Craig the other day, this will be coming forward. This 350,000 will be coming forward. Construction won't start before June 21. So this will still be. This won't go into WIP. It'll come forward into for reconsideration in the capital works budget for 21-22. That was my understanding from our workshop on Monday. I just want to confirm that is the case.
Yeah, that'd be correct. So this is a budgeted project in this financial year, but as you said, that it won't get done in this year. So effectively, we will just budget for this in next financial year.
Thanks, Peter. So that being the case, Council will have an opportunity to consider that as part of its budget deliberations. Council, look, as one councillor, I am keen to reconsider this on a couple of points, as I alluded to the other day. Number one, 350,000 is a significant amount of money, and we do have to be careful also with our capital expenditure moving forward in light of the forecast, the 10-year forecast that Selena has been giving us around our future borrowings compared to our cash balance. So it's not just a matter of saying we got the money in the bank, let's go and do it. I think we need to carefully look at the need for this particular type of facility out there. I've done some research and I note that we don't tend to have these automated waste transfer stations across the region. The majority of the small communities of the size of Maidenwell have got the skip bins that are accessible. They're not fenced, they're not security carded or gated. And I would imagine there's a fair bit of cost. Fair bit of the $350,000 is for that. So look, again, I'm wanting to play, just not play devil's advocate, but put it forward that we do need to reconsider this in the budget. And I also am concerned about will this actually expedite the need for us to get an extra truck and an extra driver if we're going to a new format of bin? Will this take away from our opportunity to continue to use JJ Richards to go out there? And if that's the case, from an operational cost, are we better off to look at absolutely the same location that the community wants, but do we need to go to such a high-tech facility, or could we just go with 2 or 3 skip bins, as is currently the case, but put them in the new location, make sure that they're fenced off or whatever so they're not visible to the road? But do we need, I'm probably labouring the point, do we need to go to such a high-tech, automated, secured waste transfer station for there, in light of the fact that we really haven't got them in too many other locations across the region? And I'm concerned about not just the capital cost, but the ongoing OPEX costs of servicing that. So I'm really keen to hear some more around that, and not necessarily today, but happy to have that as part of the budget conversation when we look at the waste CapEx. Yeah, thanks, Peter.
Certainly, we can look at that. One of the concerns with this facility is its location on the highway. So, we certainly need to look at it, but potentially by putting open skip bins with unrestricted access, people will be able to access it rather. So potentially you could collect more waste. We probably do see that once we have this locked up, and it's only the local residents who register to have access to it, that you may see a reduction in waste from the facility. But yeah, as you're saying, that does come at a significant capital cost.
And Peter, would the current, just on that point, sorry to interject, would the current facility, is it gated then? Or does it already have access to people freely?
No, it's just anyone can access the facility as it is now. It's just
so we already got that now, and is that causing a major problem with the skip bin regularly overflowing, or?
Yeah, it does. Well, these are
it has
small bins, and people are dumping. You get lounge chairs and all washing machines and different things just dumped on next to the skip bins because they can't get them in. So it is a problematic site, and this transfer station was to address some of those concerns. But
and that being the case, is it able to be solved by having more skip bins, or what have we got there at the moment? 2, have we? 2 skip bins?
I know these are the small, so these aren't the large skip bins. I think these are only the little 2 cubic metre bins. So this would be to move to more of the bulk bins, which could be done by a hook lift roll-on truck.
And if we go to the hook lift roll-on roll-off, sorry, Peter, if we go to hook lift roll-on roll-off, does that mean that once this is in place, is that going to sort of almost push council in a position where we're going to have to then find the $300,000 a year to fund that 3rd truck earlier than we would otherwise have had to?
Yeah, it certainly does add. So it will be another additional waste for that fleet.
Mr. Mayor, did you want a specific report on this with its history?
That'd be great.
Because there is a fair degree of history to it. So, we could bring one. We could bring one back. Yeah.
That'd be great. And obviously today's probably not the time for it, but at the waste CapEx, if we could have a special report on that facility, I'm just keen to have a look at that. That'd be great. Thanks, Mr. CEO. If we can have that come forward, the waste CapEx. Look, just wanting to, I want to put this in the context of the fact that we are facing, we did inherit a deficit from the previous council in 18-19. We had a 19-20 deficit that we found it hard to avoid with the depreciation increases on roads and buildings. We're going to have another deficit this year. We've got some hard work to do, and I don't think we should leave any stone unturned in making sure that we do our due diligence on every one of these projects. And look, if it's justified and needed and critical to our council, then absolutely. But I just think we need to do our due diligence on this. And so a report to the CapEx would be great. Thanks, Mr. CEO. The other question I had was just with that illegal dumping program. Is that officer based? Where's that officer based? And will they be coming and spending physical time in the South Bennett, getting to know the issues that we're having here on site?
Yeah, they're based in the Kingaroy Administration Office.
Oh, good. So we've got them here. Oh, great.
Yep.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
outside my office.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter. That's great news. Okay, well, that's all I had. Sorry, everybody. Anyone else, councillors that wanted to add? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly hearing you in relation to the Mainwell transfer station, and I must admit I am having some similar thoughts of my own. And I really do look forward to that report. I just wanted to ask, does the township of Mainwell receive the domestic waste collection from JJ's? I just wanted to confirm
Yeah.
that.
Yes, they
Yeah.
do. Yep.
Yeah, so would it be possible in that report just to understand how many residents actually already receive a waste collection service at their front door, and those sort of the proportion of the community that doesn't? I've just done some sums, and it's a 23-minute drive from Maidenwell to Nanango. It's a 33-minute drive from Maidenwell to Kingaroy, and I live in town, well, on the edge of town here in Kingaroy. It takes me 10 minutes at least to travel from my house to the transfer facility. So yeah, I guess I'm just trying to weigh up all those things in context. So yeah, would like to understand that service level for the people of Maidenwell, what they're currently getting, who's missing out, and just in terms of that actual infrastructure too, if there are any implications around permanent infrastructure going on a road reserve, like do we then do we have any obligation to move or rehabilitate that site or anything in that sense? I'd just like to understand some of those things before I make any decisions on that one. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shoemaker. Other councillors? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've been involved with the Maidenwell transfer station and options, and for a long time they just don't look. It's not a good look. So you're coming in and you can see the waste. So I was thinking along similar lines to the Mayor and Councillor Shoemaker about maybe looking at putting the skip bins, even if we just did it for 12 months, away on the better site, but rather than doing the whole transfer station gated and with the swipe card, whether that is necessary at this point or whether we could just trial it with just moving the skip bins to that spot just to get us through this next period.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duff. And I guess the other thing I'm just sort of thinking in the back of my mind is also not knowing we're going to end up with Nanango's Weighbridge. And if we've got to find, if they do just play hardball with us, the department say, look, you're going to have to build that weighbridge, whether it be within the next 6 months or 12 months or 2 years. I mean, I hope we can find a way around it or at least buy ourselves some time. But if we can't, and the department, from what you've been telling us, what Craig's been telling us, Peter, play hardball with us, we're going to have to find 550,000 there. And I'm just wondering whether that, in our list of priorities, needs to be considered against this one with the new budget. So just probably putting that in context as well. Food for thought. Look forward to that coming forward. Yeah, good conversation. Other councillors that wanted to add anything to that? Otherwise, thanks very much, Councillor Frodoff. That's an excellent report, and we'd put that to the vote. So those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, moving on now to 8.2, which is the Environment and Waste Services update at 45. Peter, did you want to give us a bit of an overview of those statistics?
Yeah,
Happy to
thank
do that?
you.
Thanks,
Mr.
Peter.
Mayor. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can just. So this is the statistics for the Environment Waste Services section. So again, you've got the number of wheelie bin collections in inquiries. So we have got monthly figures and then the comparative for year to date, and then so we have got comparative for the previous year. There was the one I know of overgrow allotments I was looking for somewhere was of interest. So last month, we had 149, and this is what Manager Patch was talking about. So we've got with our compliance officer, we've said we've got the one officer on leave. We have got a new officer who's just started. We had one of the officers resign, which we have been able to replace. So So Lara and Nat, the admin, so there's been a real concentration on admin, on overgrown allotments at the moment, hence there's been a big heap of enforcements in the overgrown area. And unfortunately, like with these overgrowns, there are a number of people who basically just leave it to council to manage their vacant blocks of land. So instead of having a contract, we offer a service where they can sign up, and we'll mow the blocks as we're doing the rounds, and people can sign up for that, and we offer a discounted rate. But a number of people basically leave it for wait till they get the enforcement notice, or wait to get the initial notice and the enforcement notice, and then wait till council to get the contractor to slash it. So effectively, yeah, that's probably one of the problems, is just the apathy in people just allowing council to manage their blocks for them. And that's why, yeah, hence you can see the big numbers. So year to date, we were at 402 this year, whereas last year is 261. These obviously the good seasons, like last night's rain certainly helps, and so depending on the season, overgrowns can fluctuate. We had a couple of years where we would have liked to have seen a couple of overgrown allotments, I'm sure, but yeah. So really, these are just the statistics on each of the areas, whether abandoned, animal management, and the complaints. So yeah, it's really probably just council for any queries.
Thanks, Peter. I guess one of the things that I'm seeing is that the trend on these overgrown allotments isn't necessarily going to improve. And take your point, there's a lot of serial offenders here just allow us to do their bookings for them and facilitate their mowing program. And then we pay the bill and we've got to try and recover. I'm still interested to see whether we can do some further research, General Manager Jarvis, in relation to any scope or capacity to be able to build in the overgrown allotment charge to the rates debt owing, so that council can then get a little bit of we can get a little bit more of a bigger lever around getting payment for this. And if we have large volumes of overgrown allotments on a block of land, that maybe after 3 years we could sell that block of land. You know where I'm going on this, Susan? Now, and if the legislation doesn't require that, doesn't allow that, should we then be advocating to the LGAQ to get this on the agenda with the state government? Because it seems to be an increasing problem, and no doubt it's costing us a fair old whack of money to keep these allotments mowed. Is that something that we can maybe look at after July in the new financial year as part of our operational plan, when we look at, because this is in our corporate plan again, and look at the numbers there, 402 enforcements already in 10 months.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Thank
keen
you,
to hear
Mr.
what your
Mayor.
thoughts are.
Yes, we have been pursuing that as well, so that's work in progress. There, we've preempted that, so we're still waiting on confirmation. As it's more process driven than anything, whether we can do that with our system.
Yeah, so if we can identify, though, if there's any legislative or regulatory impediments to us attaching that to the rates debt, which could give rise to us being able to sell the property, if there are, I'd like to see us in a position where we can know that, so that we can put it up as an LGAQ, what do we call those, Mark? Resolutions, or whatever they are, for the next annual conference in May, in Mackay in October. So if we could know that before the resolution requests come through, I'd love to get that one up in front of the state government to say that councils can put that on their rates notices. And then maybe as part of T2 or whatever we're doing there, Susan, we can look to then build that into our internal system. If there's no regulatory impediment, we can then just get the software doing the job for us. Yeah. Because I know there'll be some properties out there that I know I've been watching. I've had overgrown allotments now for more than 3 years around Kingaroy that I've seen. And I got a fair idea, I got a fair suspicion that maybe council's paying the bill, the ratepayers footing the bill for mowing them. And I think we should be put in a position, I think we should be trying to get the government to allow us to recover on behalf of our ratepayers. Yeah, so thanks, Susan. Yeah, Councillor Potter, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, there's a couple of things on here I just want to bring to everyone's attention. For starters, is the animal management. So the cumulative year to date, they've had 681. And I just find that quite incredible, considering we're down on staff. That's the customer reference. That's how many requests they've had in for animal management. And the other one was, I think I'd like to understand the new fixed food business licence applications, because last year it was 38. This year it's 246. So I think I'd like to understand that one a little bit too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's a great question. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Yeah. Did you want to take that on notice, General Manager, perhaps, or
Yeah,
can you
I
enlighten
will
us
have
on
to
that?
take that on notice, yeah, because it does look like a anomaly there. So I will just confirm that figure that it's not.
Been a lot of new
46 with
cafes
with
pop up around the
typo or
region.
something, so-
Otherwise, I know the rail trail is just absolutely the rail trail is booming, and the cafes are booming on the back of the rail trail and everything else. So maybe that's why, I don't know, but it'd be interesting to find out. Can you bring that perhaps
Yeah,
back as a
we'll
question?
need to
Can we take
confirm
that as a
that
question
figure.
on notice for the next meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks. Okay. Anyone else before we go? Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just hearing you in relation to the dog rego and overgrown allotments and knowing that compliance officers going out, just a thought bubble, can we put something out sort of as a bit of a proactive campaign to let people know that we are coming out, we are going to be looking for these things. So if you do have an overgrown allotment or an unregistered dog, you have time to do something about it now. We may already do that, GMO may.
Yeah, that is part of it, but we do need to advertise statutory that we are
Statutory.
running that program. So yeah, so that advertising has happened, but we can certainly follow up a media release and inform like a non-statutory.
Or something just in
Yep.
our regular advertising, just to say, this is a priority, maybe Mr. Mayor in your message even, and we are out and we are looking. So if you are a repeat offender, the recommendation is to mow your vacant land and do it sooner rather than later. I know it's a challenge, but sometimes it might help. Something we have talked a lot about in council is our waste ton facility, our waste tons across our different facilities, the lives of those facilities. I know I got some very interesting information around how they calculate the provisions that we put aside to rehabilitate those facilities. I'm just wondering if there's any way, I imagine with our licence we report on those waste ton numbers to a degree. Is there a way we could track some of that just in these reports?
Yeah, we could look at what we could bring in back there, because we certainly do track those numbers, and so yeah, and each year we do calculations on like estimated life. One of the things I did talk with Manager Patch last week, we're having a discussion, and you'll see it come forward for the operational plan activity. We're actually doing a waste survey composition. So at the facilities, we do. It's been a little while since we've done that, and basically looking at getting a review of all of our facilities so we can remodel estimated lifetimes and that. So yeah, so that's probably something that we are looking at doing in next year's operational plan. Actually, a complete review of all of our airspace left at our landfills. But yeah, we can certainly look at some more statistics about the receivals and that, just to include in this category.
That's fantastic to hear that work's happening. Thank you, GMO May, because I just think, it is a big cost. You look at those provisions on our balance sheet, you look at the changes in waste legislation over the last couple of years, how we're preparing, I guess, the costs for the generation now, but those future generations. And I know we're having those discussions about recycling as well. So it's kind of like, I'd just like to better understand where we're at, how we're tracking. I'm not sure what that looks like. I don't want to make more work for your team, but if you're already reporting on some of these things in your environmental licensing requirements, and you think it could help us see that bigger picture, I just really appreciate some insight into that. Really do value the work that happens in that space.
It's a really good point, isn't it, that clearly there is going to be continual push from all levels of government around landfill and waste management, and I guess they're going to use the almighty dollar to push us on that, a bit like they tried to with carbon pricing. So I think they'll try and control it through levies and charges. That being the case, this goes hand in hand with recycling, doesn't it? I mean, it almost starts to change the conversation around recycling to say, well, while there's a cost to recycling, what's the actual saving of reducing our tonnage? Maybe when we considered it last 5 years ago or 10 years ago, maybe the cost of waste and the remaining provision on airspace, on compact space was different. We need to revisit that, don't we? Because the cost benefit analysis could actually be different now, and it could be very different over the next 5 years if government starts to pressure us financially around managing that landfill. We might have to really start to seriously consider that recycling option. I know, Councillor Shoemaker, you've talked a lot about the connection between the two. I'm starting to see that picture becoming clearer now. Yeah. Thanks, GMMA. Anything to add to that?
Oh, yeah. No, thank you, Miss Mayor. I was just thinking you must have been eavesdropping on our conversation last week, because that was the other half of the conversation as part of the operational plan, is looking at, surveying, going back to looking at that recycling, because it does impact on, you've hit it nail on the head there. There is impacts of that. And so that's where, we're looking at doing that whole review.
Look, and I guess, when the rubber hits the road, it could well be for our ratepayers that the cost of the waste management levy could end up being more than your cost of getting your green lid collected in time to come. Is it the green lid or the yellow lid? Sorry, the yellow lid. The cost of the extra waste management levy, if you would get a choice, it might well be that if you said, well, you want to pay the extra waste management levy or do you want to have a yellow lid, it might be that the yellow lid's a more economical option in time to come. Yeah. I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Councillor Shoemaker, on that. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I note our council's discussion about environmental sustainability. What does that look like going forward? I think it's really important that we continue to keep just a finger on the pulse. I just was going to note the electronics bin at the Kingaroy Waste Facility. I just can't believe the last time, when I first went there and sort of saw it there, you saw a few items in it. Last time I went there, it was overflowing. With the amount of electronics that people are clearly trying to recycle. So I think, if anything, that also demonstrates that people are thinking about how they can, rather than things that they would normally throw in the landfill bin. And I certainly just want to acknowledge the work that's happened at our waste management facilities, like the one in Kingaroy that I use regularly. It is really great to see, I think, over the last few years, that shift in the way people are actually actively changing out their waste, putting it in different areas, not throwing it all into landfills. So I think it really does dovetail into the work that has been happening, and it's just so great to hear. Thank you, GMO May, how proactive your team is in that space and looking at that longer term cost and burden for the South Burnett, what that might be, and then trying to do that cost benefit analysis. You're right, Mr. Mayor. I think the cost of not doing it, my personal view, the cost of not doing something about recycling is going to far outweigh the cost of recycling, not just from a monetary value, but for our future generations as well. So thank you.
It's a really good point. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker, and important one. I'm just interested to hear from the rest of the councillors across the other divisions. As Councillor Shoemaker started to share, that there seems to be a greater interest in recycling. Are you starting to see a mood change in people's preparedness to recycle across the region? Are we getting to a point where you think it can come back on the agenda and maybe be something that the community have got appetite for those that have been here before and been through this before? Or what are you hearing at the moment? Kathy, you've had your honour for a little while, so I might start with you and then go back to Councillor Potter. But
I definitely think it's worth revisiting. I think that the people are always wondering why we're not doing it, and I guess it was all about cost last time in the survey that went out. But I think it's definitely worth having a look at. But I also got a just a message yesterday from Chrissy at Containers for Change, and she's just said, I'm wondering if it would be possible for South Burnett Regional Council to look at the option of container recycle bins for the surrounding towns and town centres, and monies could go back to South Burnett Regional Council to help fund these. Just thinking of ways to get more refundable recycling happening in the area. So that was a suggestion that came through only yesterday.
Well, that's a really interesting suggestion. And for someone that uses that facility down there near the end at the industrial area down there, it's amazing the plastic bottles and the cans that are going into that from Kingaroy. Absolutely amazing. And that's just really opened my eyes up. I mean, we use it, and it's just incredible. The way that our community have stepped up and embraced that. Tremendous, isn't it? So is that something we could consider as part of the operational plan? Mr. CEO, what are your thoughts? Something we could consider? Yeah.
Very happy to. We do that at some of the functions now, like the Stuffed Christmas function. Generally, we've been giving them to a charitable organised, be it the Scouts or one of the not-for-profits. But yeah, absolutely. Short answer.
Thanks very much. So, yeah, we look forward to seeing that, Peter, come through on the operational plan. That'd be great. Sorry, Danita, back to you. Yeah, thank you.
So about 2 years ago, I had a beautiful letter from one one of our residents, Dr. Brad Butwell, with regards to recycling, and he thinks that the residents of the South Burnett should just deal with it and do recycling. But on another note, we go back to the school children that came and did that presentation to us as council, what was that, about 8 to 12 months ago, most of their talks and conversations were about recycling. And I think that's going to be on the agenda when we do start up this new youth council. I think that's going to be one of the big things on the agenda. With regards to the recycling of the bottles, there are many, many community groups already that do recycling as part of their fundraising. It's brought thousands of dollars into many community groups that wouldn't actually have had the chance to. So recycling for them has been quite a large benefit, and we must actually thank, believe it or not, the pubs that actually let the groups go in and collect the bottles from their premises.
To be momentum in this space, doesn't there? What are other councillors? Anyone else put a comment? What are you seeing around the region? Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Huge. I touched on this some week or 10 days ago in relation to rubbish and our facilities around the South Burnett, and they need to be monitored. And certainly the change has been massive. And I mean, you just touched on it, Mr. Mayor, about the bottles and the cans up in the containers for change in Kingaroy. I've supported the Sherburgh Containers for Change facility since its inception some time ago. That is incredible down there. And when you see those containers full of glass, full of aluminium cans and full of plastic, stop for a minute and think where the day used to go. That is incredible. Now, on another note, as Councillor Duff has just alluded to, and I'm wonderful and commend the Containers for Change up here in Kingaroy, they have a box trailer now that they offer to you as a facility to take to your event, to use to put the cans in. Now, we use that. We spoke to them and we used that facility at our Burrendown races on the weekend. Incredible that is. When you talk about should we look at it, it's a given. In my opinion, recycling is a given, because everywhere we go to, you see, and it's about educating the people with this. You know, the days of people just throwing everything in a bin are slowly disappearing, and the days, and I commented before, certainly in the rural sector, of throwing rubbish down the paddock or in a gully are long gone. They are long gone. I do not put one piece of rubbish on my property myself. I segregate my rubbish, my bottles, my general waste, my plastic and my aluminium. I do, and I've done that, and I'm proud to do that. I didn't ever think I'd be doing that. I thought, years ago, maybe not. Wasn't that interested in it, but it's an incredible, and there's people out there that are willing to come on board with that. I use a gentleman from Proston, Councillor Duff, that comes to my property and collects stuff. So there's other avenues out there, but I think, and the amount of rubbish that we're getting, everything today is disposable across the board. It's just disposable. It doesn't matter what it is. Nothing gets fixed anymore. You just throw it out. And you see that in our waste facility services, and we need to, at the same time, look closely at our waste facility services and do our best to support the locals and their waste and their disposal of their waste. But I just think the recycling is a given. The initiatives that's taken by people and groups out there. The box trailer from the Burrendown races came back into town, and that was donated to the Cumbia Kindergarten, or they were given the opportunity. So it's a win-win situation. It is a win-win situation. I think it's a fantastic thing, and we've got to seriously look at this.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Sorry, CEO Mark's going to enlighten us on a storm warning coming through shortly. But before he does, Councillor Froloff, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank
This is
you,
your
Mayor.
portfolio, so keen to hear you.
No, you're right. Yeah, I think we do have to bite the bullet and start seriously looking at recycling in all areas. At home, I collect our cans and bottles and give them to the young lad next door, which I think he's richer than me now. Keeps telling me that. But I do have a lot of sporting clubs, like the Nango Rugby League came up to me on Saturday and asked if there was any chance that to promote council also, of helping with recycling, getting the big bins out. I know Nanango soccer club has got a big bin, closed-in bin that's got proudly sponsored by South Burnett Regional Council. There is a lot of clubs that are wondering, that's one way to get council, South Burnett Regional Council out there and feel good moment. But no, I totally, yeah, I'd love to see us go again and have, what is it called, Peter, when you go out to check, what was that we did? Survey, yeah, sorry, thank you, Councillor Duff. To do a survey again and see what people think, because I think it's really changed from last time that survey was done. And it'd be interesting to see what everyone's outlook is on it. But no, I think we have to bite the bullet and start doing it.
Thanks, Councillor Froloff. So there seems to be, we're all of a similar mind here in terms of what we're sensing around community sentiment on this. And it seems in our region to not just be driven by young people, even though I know they're really on the ball with this because they're thinking about their future, but it seems to me that it cuts across all demographics. I see a lot of elderly people going out here and dropping off their bottles and their cans as well. So I think it seems to me that it's across a broad demographic that we're seeing this renewed, well, this not renewed, but this emerging level of support for recycling. I'm hearing Dr. Butwell, Council just come, and I think Councillor Froloff put it well. Maybe at some point we just got to bite the bullet. I'll be looking forward to having this conversation when we have our budget discussions this time next year. And hoping that we can have enough information and data by this time next year to be seriously considering when we look at our 22-23 rating model, whether we can actually start to seriously consider the yellow bins as part of our service provision. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree. And whilst I understand the purposes of doing the survey and that people may be concerned about the cost of recycling, regardless of what position residents of the region put forward around those costs, I will not be changing my mind on this one. I have young children and I have been tuning into the climate change discussion, and there's no way, regardless of the cost, I will be swayed on this. I'm sorry. I see too many people buy a cup of coffee every single day. You know, our lives these days, we live such luxurious lives in comparison, and I mean the basic day-to-day stuff. I'm very mindful of the cost of living, but I'm also very mindful of just how different our lives are today and how quick it is to throw money on something, on a trip through McDonald's for the kids, or for a new shirt at the shop, or I see this, you see this all the time. We've become a real, Councillor Henson's right, we don't fix things anymore. My TV just broke and I have to put it in the dump. Like it's just, it drives me crazy. So whilst I understand the purposes of a survey myself, my own view is I just think it's a cost to issue a survey. It will take time, and to be honest, while I understand people's apprehension around the costs, and I honestly do, I really do get that, I will not negotiate on this one. I will be standing up for recycling in our region.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for calling a spade, as you often do, telling us giving it to us straight. You've inspired me to say exactly the same thing. Oh, look, I've got children in their 20s, I've got grandchildren, and I really love and care about the beautiful natural landscape we have here in our waterways and everything else, what goes into our dams, even what runs through those waterways. I actually think our farmers are very good environmentalists, and I think in this space they provide a really good lead. Modern day farmers, they're not burning their rubbish, they're not throwing it across their paddocks, they're actually working really smart. And I think as town dwellers, maybe us urban dwellers, it's time that we started helping with the heavy lifting on this. And I'm with Councillor Shoemaker. If it was me, I would just make the decision and bring it in. But obviously we've got to go through a process over the next 12 months. But for me, I won't be changing my position either. I'm committed to this. I will be voting for it and supporting it. And I'd be hopeful that we can be in a position when we deliver our revenue model, our rating model, come 1 July 2022 in 12 months' time, it includes a yellow bin in every house in town so that the townies can start doing what the farmers are already doing by separating and recycling, as Councillor Henson points out he does on his property. The other thing, of course, too, with this is that, as you said, and Councillor Henson said, this isn't going away. I mean, we're a disposable economy. You said we buy and we throw out, whether it be a coffee cup or it be a mobile phone. We buy, we throw away, and it's only going to become a bigger problem for councils. And the reality is that I would suggest that the next federal election is this year, 2021, I believe, possibly early 22. By the 25 elections, I would suggest that with the way that the young people are thinking, if you're not on board with environment, climate change, and biodiversity, waste management, landfill, all this stuff, you won't have a hope in hell of getting elected if you're a federal or state government within 5 years, because the young people are coming through and they are speaking loudly that this is where their votes are going to go. So I think the pressure is going to be on government at federal and state level. But more importantly, the responsibility is on us to do the right thing by our current and future generations. As you've said, Councillor Shoemaker, I'm 100% supportive of Kirsty. I think very committed to this, yeah. Councillor Duff.
Just on the question from the Containers for Change, Chrissy, is that something we could look at in the interim, or do you just want to park that and just go down the path of next year trying to introduce recycling across the region, or are the bins an option? That's just my
Oh, look, I think, I think we've taken it on board, Councillor Duff, and it'll be considered in the 21-22 operational plan, which we'll start to work on in July, in the first quarter. So it's definitely going to be on the agenda within the next, I think, before Christmas. So,
Yep,
yeah.
thank you.
You happy with that? Yeah. If I can say, Mr. CEO, yeah. Okay, well, that's great. Thanks very much for the Environment and Waste Services update, Peter and Council. That's been a really good conversation as to where the future lies for recycling. Leading on to a very relevant subject again here now. Oh, sorry, I got to move it and second it. Okay, sorry. Do we have a mover? Yep. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Second, thanks, Councillor Froloff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Manager Watt, you might need a cup of coffee. I caught you there with that little yawn, but you're obviously working very hard down there on Parks and Gardens. 8.3, illegal dumping signage and community education at 47. And we've had a little bit of a conversation on this, but might hand over to General Manager and Councillor Froloff just to give us an intro on this one. Thanks.
Yeah, this is just to follow up from the last meeting again, where Council was looking at a report to come back on community education and awareness. And it's just opportune, as we reported earlier, we have got the waste officer has started, the regional officer, and so this is squarely in the gambit of that officer's position, is basically to look at the illegal dumping and littering and signage that can go with it. So we just think that it needs noting that and including in next year's operational plan so it can be recorded and reported against.
Thanks, Peter. I like this one. Again, it ties into what we just discussed. My dad and I walked the highways picking up rubbish in years gone by. We'd fill my ute tray within a kilometre on the Bunya Highway, 1 kilometre, and that's plastics and bottles, prams, you name it, old chairs, nappies coming out of the waterways on the sides of our roads and our road reserves, Aaron, and it's disturbing to see. I'm really keen to see a dob in a dumper campaign and promote the community to dob in people they see illegally dumping, and that we really come down on this with signage and really push hard on this in our region, because it is certainly I think it's a blight on our region to see so much, and I'd suggest to you a lot of the time it's people travelling through, not always our locals as well. So, so thanks, Peter. Councillor Froloff, did you want to add anything on that one? I know you've done a lot of work in this space, but yeah, thank you. Okay, councillors, well, we've got the recommendation there that the committee recommend to council that council investigate options for community education and awareness, including signage on illegal dumping and littering, and that this activity be included in council's 21-22 operational plan. Do we have a mover for that? Thanks, Councillor Froloff. A seconder. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Okay, now we move on to 9.1, which is the Rural Resilience, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facilities, Indigenous Affairs Portfolio Report, and I'm pleased to welcome Councillor Duff to present that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first item is rural resilience. Alan Broome, who has been engaged by council through Bioecurity to work with the farmers, is putting together an adverse events management plan to complete his project. The plan will cover droughts as well as other adverse events. It will be designed in line with the local disaster management plan and the disaster recovery plan, but will address the gap of an event such as a drought or a prolonged trade restriction. These events would not trigger a disaster but still have a very real impact on farmers. GM O'May and I met recently with Alan and Olivia Everett from Bioecurity to discuss the project. Alan has put forward a very rough copy of the plan for feedback before progressing it to the draft stage. Parks and Gardens. Parks and Gardens staff effectively completed all town and CBD areas for the recent Anzac Day services throughout the region. Cenotaph Gardens and adjacent areas for these important ceremonies were presented to a high standard. The slightly cooler weather has allowed a minor reprieve from mowing, but staff have continued to keep on top of what growth is occurring to ensure town entrances, parks and CBD areas are presentable. Proston Park's crew cleaned and maintained the showgrounds for the camp draft, completed further preparation for the Badooma Homestead Gardens for properties, which is due for completion soon. General mowing and maintenance is carried out during the period. The Nanengo crew mowed and tidied up Maidenwell in preparation for the Easter Running Festival. Nanengo Showgrounds was cleaned and tidied up for the annual show on the 10th of April. The CBD garden beds on the corner of the Diagonal Highway and Drayton Street are being prepared for new plantings that will occur during the next period. Blackbutt is mowed and presented to a high standard. During the period, it was necessary to close the toilet and shower facilities at First Settlers Park, Banarkin, in order to maintain public safety. Urgent repairs were required owing to an overflow of effluent that is discharged onto the rail trail. Repairs are now completed. However, the area around the toilet and rail trail required periodic decontamination and still requires time to dry out before a full reopening. Gravel resheeting is now necessary to a section of the rail trail. Kingaroy Town Hall planter boxes have been planted out and general maintenance has occurred according to normal schedules. Mergen crew completed a clean-up around the RSL building, tidied up garden beds in Wandai and Mergen, including planting of perennials and minor winter annuals. Customer requests. NRM and Parks continue to meet the requirements of the new customer service charter, and while this is a constant process, feedback to date has been positive. Staff haven't yet had the opportunity to map our procedures. Staff are working tirelessly to respond to customers and deal effectively with complaints. Aerodromes. Twice weekly inspections are continuing at Kingaroy Aerodrome, with weekly inspections undertaken at Wandai. The pilot activated lighting PAL radio backup battery was replaced during the period, which was identified as part of the regular testing of the backup generator. Termite mounds continued to be treated and recent nests were eliminated within taxiway cones. The Aerodrome reporting officer identified that an obstacle light on a tower on Ushers Hill had failed, with the light subsequently being replaced by the relevant owner. Council staff also convened an internal meeting to discuss leases at the Kingaroy Airport, together with discussing general operations and future planning. Cemeteries. Cemetery activity for the period has been quite high, with work continuing to ensure the cemeteries are presented to a high standard. Mergen Cemetery drainage issues are now completed, with the final stages of earthworks being finalised, which will no doubt improve the car park area, roadway and lawn section. Dams. Dam patronage is continuing to a high level, with bookings exceeding expectations and turnover being very positive. The Badooma Dam is operating quite well following a settling in period for the new managers. Park staff continue to keep the dams very presentable, with lawns mowed and facilities well maintained. Gardens were planted for the new bunkhouse, consisting of low-maintenance, drought-tolerant species. Yellowcool is being treated to a tidy up of smaller trees below the cabins to improve visibility, together with a focus on irrigating lawn areas for enhanced camping experience. Whilst COVID restrictions have created a much higher level of effort, recent rule changes has helped in the cleaning of cabins, toilets and other facilities. The annual Festival of the Dams event at Badooma Dam is scheduled for 15th and 16th of May 2021. The rail trail maintenance continued according to the normal rotation during the period, with mowing commencing in the second week in April, starting from Mergen. Some complaints were received about wet sections of the trail, which were identified and will be treated according to normal maintenance schedules. The Mergen Wando crew continued from Wando to Tingura, followed by Warrulan during the last week of April. The rail trail did experience significant rainfall during the period, and surface water didn't slow down normal grass growth, which is being attended to, subject to accessibility. Property and facilities management. Contractors commenced works in April on the removal of the louver windows and replace with fixed glass windows and installation of air conditioning at the Nanengo Cultural Centre. These improvements will improve the heating and cooling for the hire. Council awarded contracts to Michael Chilcott Building to complete building repairs to the external walls of the PCYC and external repainting of the building. Contractors are near completion of the new firewall in the Wandai Archive building, ready for the installation of new compactors. The building houses Council's files and reports as per Queensland State Archive retention requirements. Contractors recently completed the Nanengo Aquatic Centre works, installing a new solar system by Zane Solar Pool Heating and replacing expansion joints and painting of pool by Total Pool Renovations, and replacement of chlorine bunded tank by Pacific Water Treatment, a new marine carpet and non-slip vinyl by Anderson's Carpet Kingaroy. The South Burnett Aquatic Centre has now reopened for the winter months. Council has called for tender bathroom renovations at South Burnett Aquatic Centre. These works are proposed for December, January, February 2022. Council has received a report from Extent Heritage Advisors on the restoration priorities for Badooma Homestead. This report will assist Council and the Badooma Museum and Heritage Association, Inc., in prioritising restoration works and provide information for heritage permits. This report highlights a number of repairs that are becoming urgent, along with the completion of other high-priority conservation tasks. Council will continue to work with the committee to apply for heritage and conservation funding to assist with these works. Council has recently assisted in providing safety induction and COVID food handling training for Badooma Homestead volunteers in the lead up to the Spirit of the Bush Balladeers event. Also, Council Parks and Garden staff have assisted the committee in the design and construction of a memorial garden in front of the memorial wall with the Badooma soldier plaques. Council has 2 Kingaroy parcels of land under land sale contracts. Council's land investigation project is currently reviewing additional land that Council could dispose through public tender. This review will be presented back to Council in the near future. Council internal Ringsfield House Working Group are currently progressing the review of the different management models for the future management of Ringsfield House. This review has looked at a number of different management models to operate and manage tourism heritage facilities. This included looking at the models used to operate and manage the woolshed at Gendarian, Mary Valley Rattler Woodworks Museum and Interpretive Centre at Gympie, Toowoomba Empire Theatre, to name a few. The internal working group is on track to provide a report to the June Community Standing Committee. And finally, Indigenous Affairs. I attended a recent Sherburgh to Mergen footpath meeting. Our council is involved because a significant section of the project will be on South Burnett Regional Council land. Our infrastructure team have worked with Sherburgh Council to put in an application for a footbridge over Salt Creek. The estimates for the completed project have revealed that the federal grant for $3 million will only cover the section of the footpath, so the project will need to be done in stages. And that concludes my report. I'd like to move my report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Questions, comments, Councillor Potter? Thank you.
Yeah, just a comment actually with regards to the Kingaroy Town Hall planted boxes just outside here. I just wanted to say congratulations and stuff. I've had very many and numerous comments with regards to how they look, and they do look incredible, and especially with the Eisteddfod up and running at the moment. A lot of the Eisteddfod parents have actually commented, and grandparents have commented on how good they look.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Yeah, they do look absolutely sensational. It's a great spot to spend time out the front there. Yeah, Councillor Frolov.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor, I'd like to ask Acting Manager Mark, the garden beds in Nanengo, can you tell me where we are at with the drip irrigation systems in those garden beds? Oh, and also, I'd just like to, before I have to get back up again, I'll do it now. The Nanengo RSL and the community of Nanengo would like to dearly thank the Parks and Garden staff for not just their hard work that they did over Anzac Day and getting the gardens and everything up and running, and chairs and tables, but what the hard work that they do all the time in Nanango. And I just like to have it put out there. There is a letter I get sent to CEO Mark from the Nanango RSL thanking council and the garden staff for all their hard work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I did send an email, a detailed email regarding an update on that irrigation system, which I'm sure you're aware of, and there's been some progress in progressing the application for the water connections for those 5 gardens on the intersection of Drayton and Diagula Highway. So once we apply for those water connections, they will be installed as quickly as possible. But the application hasn't formally reached the infrastructure department yet, but we've liaised with all the relevant people, and there shouldn't be any huge delays. There was a delay previously because I think scoping the works for the application had probably not progressed as well as it should have, but it's really focusing on that main intersection as part of that DCP funding. And the other upper end of Drayton Street is a separate project which we will, again in my update to councillors in the email, we will progress that in due course once we have a clearer idea of what those future drainage works consist of. Does that answer the question?
Thanks, Councillor Froelich.
Mr Mayor, can I just
sorry,
add?
yeah, go ahead.
I think thank you for the comments regarding the Parks and Garden staff, because they are experiencing actual shortages of staff in all the crews at the moment, and it's been proving quite difficult, but they are really going over and above normal duties to keep up with the maintenance. So it's really been a terrific effort, and we are progressing to fill those vacancies, and that's good, but they really have been short of staff, I must say. So they've done quite well despite that shortage.
Yeah, thanks, Manager Mark. I know we all the councillors do a lot of travelling around the region. We've always got our eyes open. It's hard not to when you become a councillor. All of a sudden you start noticing everything. Councillor Shoemaker and I have been talking about this. It sort of gets in your head that you're always looking at the potholes and the mowing and what's going on. You can't help it. And my wife gets very frustrated when we drive somewhere for a weekend away and I want to stop and check out the park. But anyway, having said that, I'm a bit of a stalker watching the Parks and Gardens guys. Mark, they're doing a great job at the moment. It's a work in progress. Don't get me wrong, it's not where it needs to be. We've got a long way to go, but we're tracking in the right direction, I feel. I'm looking forward to seeing the planting at the corner of Drayton Street and that other road, Diagula Highway, Councillor Froelich. I'm looking forward to seeing Nanango overtake Mergen shortly. Mergen's looking super at the moment. Went through there on Saturday. Blackbutt's a lot better than what it was 3 months ago. And I'm looking forward to seeing Nanango take the gold this spring with their Parks and Gardens. Then hopefully, post-KTP, Kingaroy will be coming along too with all the work happening there. So, yeah, Councillor Duff, sorry, you've had your light on for a while. I know, you're right. So just on that, I'd also like to acknowledge the work that's been done in transitioning into perennial flowers. I noticed that we've got the perennial flowers now in Memorial Park, and they really bloomed out on Anzac Day in those big sandstone garden beds, and gee, they look tremendous. It'd be great to be able to see them consistently flowering every year and not having to replace them. So well done, already starting to move forward in that space. And again, just continuing on from what Councillor Froelich said with the Anzac, I know all the RSL sub-branches are extremely grateful for everything that your Parks and Gardens team did, Mr CEO and GM and Manager, in not just having everything looking smick this year, but also the packing up and all the work around that. Everyone goes home and goes off and have a beer after the ceremony, and our guys then come in and do all the hard work to pack up and clean up on Anzac Day, which is, of course, the public holiday. So congratulations to them. I don't think there was anyone that complained about the state of the facilities this year. In fact, quite the opposite. I'd also like to give a plug for the Little First Settlers Park at Benarkin. When we do go down through there, I always make my wife go in through Benarkin and go to the Benarkin store. They've got great hamburgers there. But anyway, that little park is packed with caravans every time I go through there. And I'm really keen as one councillor to support the development of that park. And they've got a community group that Councillor Jones and I met with down there in our community consultation, and they've already put together a concept plan for what they'd like to see in their little park. And there's just such thankful people, you know. Councillor Jones said, I might be able to give you some crumbs, a little bit of money. Oh, but they were so grateful. It was so wonderful to see that community spirit in Banarkan. I was really uplifted by it. So I would like to, I hope that we can come forward and we start to look at W4Q, our CapEx, and start to look at how we can I just think we need to spruce it up a bit with the toilets and the facilities there, because it's a very popular little park, that Banarkan one, and it's right on the rail trail. See so many people coming through there. So I just wanted to highlight that. The other thing, Councillor Duff, you mentioned about Boondooma Homestead, the Scots in the bush. Is that something that's happening at some stage?
Mr Mayor, we've just had Spirit of the Bush, which was awesome. That's on that Anzac Day, the week leading up to Anzac Day. And then the Scots in the Bush is in August, and it's actually almost as big and looks like it'll end up being bigger than Spirit of the Bush. It's really a growing event, and yeah, people just love it, just the uniqueness of it, and the fact that Boondooma Homestead was settled by 3 Scotsmen just really lends itself to the Scottish flavour. So if you like haggis and bagpipes and tartan, you need to be at the Scots in the Bush in August.
Now, Councillor Duff, I'm hoping that yourself and Councillor Henson will work together to try and get all of our councillors and many of our staff out there for that. I'm really keen to see some people kicking up their feet and doing some Highland dancing, and I believe you play the bagpipes.
Yeah, I can play the bagpipes. Yeah, it's a bit of a thing. I just actually, they think I'm playing it, but I've got someone else in the background. And the other one is, it'll be interesting to see Mayor Otto and Councillor Henson in tartan skirts. Kilts.
The tartans, they're not skirts, Councillor Duff. Look, I have got, as you probably know, on my mum's side, a strong Scottish history. So I've got the Hay Clan tartan, I've got the Hay Clan tie. I can't wait to have a chance to wear that, and I have got the kilt. I can't wait for a chance to wear it, and I just hope it's not too breezy a day for the benefit of everybody else. Otherwise, the numbers might quickly disperse. Okay, yeah. The other thing I just want to comment on was just wanted to congratulate the customer service people in Parks and Gardens with the new staffing arrangements down there. I've noticed a significant improvement I've been observing as a customer in the response time and the personalised way I'm dealing with it. So I'm actually getting personal emails coming back saying, this is what's happening, this is why it's going to take longer, and this is when we're planning to do it. I've got to say it's top shelf at the moment. So whatever you're doing there, guys, it's working really well. Thank you. And the other thing is the cemeteries. I'm looking. I don't go driving through the cemeteries all the time, but when I do have to go in, sadly, the cemeteries are looking at a much higher standard than I've seen them for a long time. And again, thanks for the work. I think it's very much appreciated. And the other thing is just to acknowledge the work just on aerodromes, the continuing work that's happening, consulting the community around groups out there with the leases around that. Manager Leanne and CEO Mark, the Kingaroy Air Park. I know Councillor Henson's talked a lot about this. I think that Kingaroy Air Park's going to be something sensational. It's going to become massive, and can see us becoming a real go-to centre for those air park users in years to come. Yeah, so really keen to see that work continue through the operational plan in 21-22, and I know it's another area that CEO Mark, you're personally leading, so thank you very much for your work there. Okay, I've said more than enough. Over to you, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with everything that's been said. I did have a question just around the rail trail maintenance. Just I can see in the report it said that the crews worked through to Warrul, and I just wondered how things were progressing with the Kingaroy end of the rail trail maintenance, whether that has begun or not. I haven't been up there for a couple of weeks, but last time I went, it really did need attention. So just wondered how things were going there with the Kingaroy end of the rail trail, and by all means come back to me on that. And the other thing, I just wanted to mention something since being elected. I drop my kids at St John's School every day, and I drive down Haley Street, and there's 2 giant garden beds in front of the Visitor Information Centre. And I know I have put in a few requests about, what are we doing with these beds? They're full of weeds, and I know the mayor's followed up on it, and a number of councillors have. Councillor Potter has been there with me, and we've had a look across the street. It absolutely Thank you. I was just cheering. I actually drove the kids past twice. I think they thought I'd lost the plot. There are plants in those median strips and it looks lovely. So thank you so much. That is something when I door knocked Division 4 that come up a lot. People really did mention that there were no plants in those median strips, and it just looks fabulous to see some new plants going around Kingaroy. So please pass on my sincere thanks and council's thanks for those plantings. I know the crew are already stretched, but it was just so great to see that little change happening here in Kingaroy. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. I'm glad you remembered to raise that. I've been driving down there on the way to work every morning, and I used to take the kids to school many years ago and look at that and think, oh, gee, it looks so drab. And to now see those plants there in the fresh bark, every morning I'd look and go, oh, it's not there yet. Oh, it's not there yet. And I was tempted to ring CEO Mark, but I resisted the temptation and to drive down there earlier in the week and see the plantings and the fresh bark. It just looks sensational. And I, like Councillor Shoemaker, did a couple of laps. So it was great to see. Thanks. Well said, Councillor Shoemaker. Okay, righto, I've lost my track. Sorry, back to you, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Sorry, just the Kingaroy end of the rail trail. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Manager Watt. Okay, councillors, anyone else before we put that to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. The next one is the Parks and Gardens update. It's over at page 51. So, Acting Manager Watt, would you like to run us through the information? It would be nice to be able to work through the list and just give us a fairly quick but complete update on where all those projects are at.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor. In fact, just a note, the Haley Street plantings, they will bush up not quite nicely. So they look nice now, but they will blossom into nice plants, those things. So, and they say all things good things come to those who wait. So thank you, councillors, for waiting for those plantings, because we had problems sourcing some of that material too and various other issues. So thanks again. So Works for Queensland, in the interest of time, I can just flick through those, Mr. Mayor, if that suits. So Geelong Public Amenities is progressing, and we're waiting on the project to be delivered and invoices to come into council. CTC Youth Park is underway now. Regional Parks is a mixture of various activities, and they're all updated in the list there. The signage for Kingaroy and Banarkin is underway, and we're getting designs done on that signage, and some of that signage is in other projects, and that's come to council for approval, like the dam signage, for example. Statues, Lions Park is just about to get going there, so that's the Big Peanut, and our works to coincide with the Big Peanut in Kingaroy, so that's exciting. The Blackbutt projects at the bottom of that page are completed. Proston is the Rodney Street dump point. That's progressing, and we've got some issues there in terms of approval for how that dump point is installed, but it's going to happen, and we'll just have to rearrange how we incorporate that system into, well, not incorporating it into the CED, so that's an issue, but that's been managed. So Yallacool is largely completed. Those particular projects, the boat, the amenities is yet to be started at Yallacool. The boat ramp's finished, the tennis courts are finished, the contractor rooms are all but completed, but we've still got some finalising to do there prior to them being occupied, and that's got to be inspected and certified before they can be used. So Pioneer Park, the Flying Fox is being installed now. Am I going through this too quickly? Is that okay for councillors? Yep. Okay, yep. Butter Factory is fully completed, and of course there's a report on that in the costings we can talk about later. Apex Park, there's some various elements to come into that one still, but it's underway. The skate park at Wandai is underway and they're nearing completion. Reg McCallum is yet to start, but we're waiting on materials to be provided before we commence that one. Scott Street's car park is completed, and Proston is a whole bunch of different elements there, but we're sort of I guess, turning our focus onto that one as we speak. The drought funding, I think I'll just take questions on those. I won't go through them specifically. And the CapEx is, again, largely completed. We are moving towards the aerodrome fencing at Wandai, and that will progress towards the end of this financial year, and we might need to carry that over to next year to fund the remaining elements of that particular fence, but that's all in order.
That's fine. Thanks,
Okay.
Mark.
And
that's really-
just on the update for cemeteries, monthly figures there. As per normal, we have about 8 burials per month on average. And you can see we've had a high amount of cabins and camping and unpowered camping at Bundoomba, with during the period because of all the holidays and Easter and those sort of things. So they're quite higher than normal. So that's a good story. And again, I think I agree that perhaps some comparative figures there might be useful, but we can look at that as a broader issue. So unless there's any questions, and then just the operational update, I've just taken a opportunity to report on a demonstration by a proprietary street cleaning device, but also the infrastructure staff assisted in demonstrating some street cleaning with a gurney, if you like. So there was 2 examples of different cleaning methods at Mergen during the period, which were quite useful. And we will probably incorporate any recommendations from that process as part of our budget deliberations for procuring any of that equipment for next year's plant fleet program, depending on affordability, of course, but it's probably a priority for some.
Yeah, thanks, Manager Watt. I think obviously as we're moving to redevelop our CBDs, that we're going to have to look at upgrading the quality of machinery that we've got to maintain them. If we're going to build these things, we've got to make sure we look after them and keep them clean, don't we? Yeah. I mean, as a person that mainly uses Kingaroy CBD, I'd certainly like to see an improvement, as you know, in Kingaroy Street with the leaves and the footpaths. The shopkeepers work hard to keep their shops nice, but sometimes it's the stuff that's coming in off the footpath that's problematic for them, particularly once we get KTP finished. Yeah. The other thing I just wanted to put there is, are those numbers for the park, for our tourist parks, correct? 25,000 bookings in 10 months. So 14,500 at Bundoomba and 10,000, am I reading that right? Yeah. So that's the number of bookings we've had through in 10 months, 25,000. That's amazing. It really confirms what Peter Holman from Southern Queensland Country Tourism has been telling Councillor Shoemaker and CEO Mark and I. Drive tourism is absolutely going through the roof at the moment. The federal government announced last night that we're not likely to see the borders open internationally for at least another 12 months, possibly 18. We really are kicking some goals there, aren't we, around that? Yeah, it's great to see. Councillor Potter, over to you first. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, again, I'm very sorry about this, Mr. CEO, but this may have to be taken on notice. We had that discussion with regards to the Robindower cows that council owns, and there was talk of putting them out at Proston as part of the regional tourism installation of statues. I'm just wondering where that's sitting.
Okay, anticipation of the question, I've organised a ringer to round up the herd. We're tracking down, so the boys from the bush are back in town, and anyway, we could roll on for ages with this. Councillor Potter, it's underway. We're actually, I wanted to double check exactly where the statues were and current use and conditions and everything else, which is in progress. We're getting them together. I probably did want to come back to council about was a suggestion of placing them out at Proston, just to in the park out there. So their final placement, because they'll need to be secured, they are outdoor. But yes, it's the ringers reported back that it's well and trained.
A great response, Mr. CEO. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for raising that about the awareness, because they, as part of that railway park upgrade, it would be awesome if we could put the weaners in there as part of that project, because they're going to be out there doing a lot of work. I just wanted to raise the fact that at the peanut in Lions Park, I got asked, I was on a Teams meeting link up, and I got asked for an Indigenous contact to do a trail, like a map trail around the circle of where the peanut's going to be. And so I've put the team to, like Christy Board and the group to connected them up with Venus Rabbit. She was really keen to see if she could put something, a concept, like a design forward and some costings, and to see if we could get that happening. Just on the Yallacool boat ramp, I met with the BP Dam fish stocking group, and they weren't overly excited about the completed project. They said that they wished it had been longer and wider, and a bit disappointed. And I just wanted to get some feedback on, did we not do what we had originally planned to do? Did we cut back on the scope of that project? The other one was, the other question is the painting, the amenities upgrade, painting new benches in Mergen QE2 Park. I'm just wondering what which benches they are, because I thought we were doing looking at maybe doing that whole park upgrade, and just wanting to drill down on what that particular project was. They're the three questions. And I've just got one other. I just want to make just a statement about those. I was hoping that cleaning machine. There was the cleaning machine, and there's also which was this one, and then there's also a vacuum cleaner, which was the one that takes the leaves and cigarette butts and stuff. And they did a demonstration in Mergen, and the Mergen community just thought it was amazing what it could do. It could actually go, rather than just it's a hand-driven machine, but it actually goes along like a vacuum cleaner and takes out all the leaves and all of the cigarette butts and all that tiny stuff, and just makes the street look like the Mergen street looks unbelievable now. And in Brisbane City Council, they do their streets every day. So like we're talking about, I know I had a look at our corporate and our operational plan draft one, and there was a suggestion of doing them once a year. Like I think if with our new corporate plan, we need to really pick that up, and I'm really keen to have both those items put forward as options for the budget, because I just think that's what we're talking about, livability and lifestyle, and I think cleanliness and that kind of, if we could just really raise the bar, I think it would make a huge difference to our streets. And I know that I met with Councillor Frolliff in Nanango, and one of those streets just so needs cleaning. Just a whole it's all blackly stained. And I know the Proston Street hasn't been cleaned for 2 years, and that it hasn't been cleaned since they got the footpath in. So I think we really need to raise the bar, so I'm keen to have that one progress, hopefully through the budget process.
General Manager, Mike, over to you. I think there's 2 or 3 questions there, so your response. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Duff, in relation to QE2 Park and the Yallacool boat ramp, can I take those questions on notice just to clarify and get you a proper answer on that, if that suits you? Sorry.
Continue, thanks. So Mike, just in terms of those cleaning machines on the footpath, I know we've had conversations in council about this, so I know it certainly is something that I'm sure the Kingaroy shopkeepers, Kingaroy councillors are concerned about, the leaves and the cigarette butts in the gutters around the CBD of Kingaroy. I imagine, Ros, you probably see that in the Nango as well. If there's appetite in council to consider some capital expenditure on an automated vacuum machine and a cleaning machine, or if there's a combination of something that does both, is that something that we can have brought through as part of the CapEx discussions between now and 30 June adoption date?
That's right, yep. Those 2 items, if we were going to procure those, would go through the plant and fleet budget, which we would need to do a business case and justify that as part of the normal process. We don't just, procure those things without having some substantial evidence to suggest that it's beneficial, how it would work. I would see that those devices would be virtually floated around the region and utilised across the region in a consistent basis. So that's the way I'd approach that. And that would be a plant and fleet item request through normal capital CapEx expenditure.
Yeah, thanks, Manager Mark. I don't think there'd be any community expectation that we do them every day as they do in Brisbane. We don't have that sort of population, traffic flow, foot traffic, but certainly if we had a floating system where they could work through a network of towns on a roster, GME, and that'd be great to see. Yeah, I mean, anyway, it's a matter for council, but yeah, appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's something we can work with Mark on around trying to get that program right. Just in relation to the OP plan, the once a year, that was a program put in by us to go through and do a proper professional clean through the CBDs. And the idea of that, what we'll be looking to do also is to look at how we seal those footpaths every year as well. So where they become dirty, some of the discussions we've had in the last couple of weeks, particularly around treatment options, is to try and seal them more regularly rather than let them go a year or two. If we can, the idea for us to come through on top of your additional clean, of your weekly clean, would be for our group to come through and do a proper clean down through, do a seal, and basically do a professional job, if that makes sense, once a year. So to make sure that we keep those footpaths in good nick, and also if there's any repairs that need to be done to the footpath or the infrastructure, that some of the discussions we've had with Parks is to make sure that those service levels come on board for CBD maintenance outside of cleaning and garden maintenance, that we'll have regular people coming through to make sure we address those issues. So if there's footpaths that need to be re-concrete or something's broken, to make sure we fix those through that proper process, so we get it back on get a good outcome, I suppose.
Thanks, GM. That helps to clarify. That's really that once a year program where we go in and do that really big full spring clean, and then we look at perhaps the resealing as required. Yeah, that certainly clarifies that. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
No, you're right, Mr. Mayor. I was really pleased to read in the operational update about the demonstrations, and I know we talked about it a little bit at the infrastructure committee meeting, just to see the result there in an hour on the one trial is pretty amazing. And I think for me, this is about really giving our staff the tools they need to do a proper job. I watched two incredibly hardworking Parks and Gardens team members the other day spend a whole day with a small gurney and a hose do the Kingaroy forecourt. And don't get me wrong, the result is magic. It's absolutely fabulous and definitely needed to be done. But in terms of that business case, I will definitely be asking questions about the OPEX savings to be made through a machine like this, because 2 staff, full day with a gurney and signage, and I just saw how slow and steady that process was because of the safety requirements, a number of things. So for me, I think there are giant wins to be had. I think we can get a better outcome for potentially the same money. So I will be challenging that in those conversations, because my biggest concern with the spend on Kingaroy, I cannot see, and the spend proposed in Blackbutt, all residents have raised a concern following what has happened in Mergen with the state of the footpath there. We're doing a spray pave service here in Kingaroy, and we need to be prepared to have a level of cleaning for that. So I will be definitely looking at those operational costs as well as the CapEx costs for that one. And the time frame, amazing. I just had a question. I've received some feedback around the work that's happened at the top of Kingaroy, the lookout refurbishment and the car park. A lot of people, and I must admit, I stand with local residents in this, can't understand why we did concrete that car park. And what they're noticing is there's a lip that comes out actually on the road. So I probably just would like a bit more information about, is that the way it's going to stay? Is that safe? I don't know. I'm worried. People have mentioned it, and you can see it. If you go have a look, please go have a look. The concrete literally comes up against the bitumen service, and there's a bit of a lip there. So can we please investigate that? And I imagine the costs of concrete were quite extensive there. And the other thing, just with the Kingaroy Apex Park, I can see in the CapEx projects update, the design's been completed. I don't know if Councillor Potter's seen that, but certainly Councillor Potter and I would be interested in having a look at that final completed design, if that's possible. That's it from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. I'd just like to support Councillor Shoemaker there. with the CBD footpath cleaning program. I've similarly seen our Parks and Gardens staff at 5 o'clock in the morning up in Kingaroy Street with the fire hose, the big fire hose, hosing it all down. So they had to go through and clean up all the leaves first by hand. Then they had to get the fire hose to clean down all the bits they couldn't get and all the dirt off the footpath. And it was a challenging job for them. There was 3 people there working very industriously to get that done. And sadly, I went back a month later and it was back in the same condition. I would have thought that's debilitating for them because they left it smick and then come back a month later. If they had the equipment to be able to run through and do it once a week, I'm sure it would have been a much better outcome for the community, and I'm sure it would have been a lot better for the job satisfaction mark for the staff. Now, this goes back before your time. This goes back probably 9 months ago. But I do believe that the staff, Councillor Shoemaker, they're entitled to have the most up-to-date equipment to their job so that they can achieve those efficiencies and productivity that we're looking for from them. And CBD footpaths are so important. I'm also keen to see what's happening up at Apex Park, design that. I know we'd all met up there some time ago with the additional shelter as well. I just saw there that it's been ordered and we're waiting delivery in June for that's the second shelter with the beside the barbecue. Again, very busy park. It's going to become even busier as time goes on. The other thing that I'm keen to see is also looking at another car park up the top there. I see a lot of people drive in and park on the grass because it's too hard to get up from the low car park up the steps to the area, so they're parking up where it's easier to unload all their heavy eskies and things. So probably GME, and that's something I'm keen to have a look at next year if council's prepared to consider that, is a better car parking arrangement there. I think you know what I'm talking about with those birthday parties and things that happen up there.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So that's one we've raised previously when that plan's developed there about trying to get up through the top there. So we'll work with Mark around some options for design to do that. So I know the spot.
And thanks, Aaron. And the other one was Reg McCullum Park. Are we confident we'll get that done by June? I know it's challenging at the moment with getting equipment and materials in the environment. You're on track with that,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mark?
We're running down to the wire, but all of our projects are on track, and that's one specific one that you won't see anything on the ground there yet, but it's programmed for the final quarter, and we're in that now. So we have all intentions of getting that done by the set date.
And look, I've got to say, just to on that note, a lot of the councils across Queensland have had trouble delivering on this COVID round 4 money in the short time frame that we've had. To roll out $3.3 million by 30 June has been a massive effort. So if you get there, you've done really, really well. You'll have a party at the end of it. The mayor might be able to shout a carton or something, Mr. CEO. The other question I had was with the signage coming into Banark and Blackbutt, there's that big Heritage Trail old sign that's all faded, the big white one. I know the community were really keen to see that Banark and Blackbutt, welcome to Banark and Blackbutt, gateway to the South Burnett. Is that design happening? Because they've been asking for this for months and almost years, the community. I know Councillor Jones has been working on it. Where are we at with that, Mark?
Well, it's my understanding that that's part of that particular project. I haven't. Which one are you referring to?
Yeah, I was looking at the one there that's got on page 52. Come down to Kingaroy and Banark and Lions Park.
Yep.
Signage upgrades.
Yep.
So when you come in through the turn off to Banark, and there's the little timber sign on the ground, but just beside it there's the big steel Heritage Trail sign that the community want to put up there. Welcome to Banark and Blackbutt, gateway to the South Burnett or something like that. I just want to make sure that we're getting a design for that, and then that's going to be shared with the community just to make sure they're happy for it before we go out to the sign riders. Yeah. Can you take that on notice?
I'll have to, yeah. I'll make
sure I know there's a community,
sign.
I think the community were expecting that was happening as part of this round of W4Q. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And the only other one I had, was just Dingo Creek car park. Drove past that yesterday. I see that in that area where we didn't get the full seal, GME, and where we've actually infilled that with some material now, some dirt or some gravel or something. Are we still working on extending the seal out so we get full coverage to the boundary? Because the community is certainly watching what's happening on this one. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, that car park is completed, and we had to relocate the bollards. So the bollards, the gap between the edge of the bitumen and the bollards is say a 1 metre distance. So that's how it will remain, because that was the design. And so when we put the bollards in, after the post and rails were removed, some of them were put in the wrong location. So we just realigned them according to the bitumen edge. So that edge is there as a slight buffer for, pedestrian traffic that might, when you park on the bitumen, you've got a short distance for pedestrian movements within the bollard and then outside the bollard area, if that makes sense. So that car park in that section is completed.
That's fine. I haven't had a chance to actually go and have a look at it, but it was more that it was that one corner, where there's that big section that we've now filled in. I know there was a 1 metre strip around the rest, but it was that big, large triangle section on the corner where there was that drop off. But that safety hazard has now been addressed. Yeah, okay. Well, it might be the community happy with that, so wait to see how that unfolds. Yeah, thanks. Okay, well, thanks everyone. Sorry about all those questions. Anyone else? Councillor Henshin, thank you.
No, I was just going to comment on that. I've been there and seen the work done there, and we knew exactly what the problem was with the edge of the bitumen and the realignment, and there's been crusher dust put there, and it does look good, Dingo Park now. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Henshin. That's great. Yeah, okay. Well, we've got that there. Thanks very much for presenting that. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Second, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, let's now move on to the properties operational update at page 57, and we'll hand over to you, Manager Leanne. Thank you.
Okay, just run through quickly over the projects and happy to answer any questions. The Ringsfield House project is now complete. We did have some minor defects on the gazebo roof and the painting works there, but that's now all been rectified. And the school building itself, the back veranda has been insulated and painted, and the history room members have moved their materials and all of their papers that they had stored in a different shed at Ringsfield House grounds has been moved back into their building. So they're quite happy now and quite settled, so that's great. Baduma Homestead, we're still just waiting on those samples and the report just to clarify what needs to happen with the mortar. The administration building, as previously reported, that will be moved forward into next year's budget for council consideration. And that was based on, remember, those additional costs that came through the tender process, that we didn't have an adequate budget to fund that this financial year, and looking at doing that next year with some additional money. Wandai Archive Room will be completed by the end of June, and that's really just getting that firewall in place and a new set of compactors so we can actually get the files off the floor and put them into the compactor system. The Kingaroy Swimming Pool Refurbishment Master Plan is a joint project with the Memorial Park. So we have prepared a draft scope of works, and we're just finalising that over this week and next week, and then that will go out for quotation. And we're trying to find a technical advisor of someone that would come on board and assist council in preparing that master plan and assist council in running the community consultation. We see that project, we would actually be doing a lot of community consultation out with all the community groups, user groups, schools, and probably set up camp in maybe a shop front or the mall and try to get some feedback. So we're looking for a consultant or a technical advisor that can actually assist us in doing that well over the next couple of months. Mergen Swimming Pool Plant Room is on track and will be completed by the 30th of June. You'll see if you go past Mergen Swimming Pool at the moment, the construction is occurring as we speak. The South Burnett Aquatic Centre, all the works have been completed there except for the refurbishment of the bathrooms. This has come at quite a shock to us when we went out for quotation for the bathrooms. It has come back over the $200,000 procurement mark, which actually has required us to go back out to tender, and we have to go through that procurement process. So you'll see right now that it's back out for tender, And hopefully we get some new prices for that. That will actually come back to council and ask council to consider that in next year's budget, because we're suggesting, based on the quotations that we received, we're going to be after some additional money if we want to go ahead with those bathroom refurbishments. And that was also about modifying the first aid room and the swimming club office to get us an additional disabled toilet and bathroom there at the Southland Aquatic Centre. Certainly, very important project to go ahead with. It's just that the cost has blown out. So, yeah, we'll just need to revisit that when we get those tender prices back in. The additional projects, we've got the Bunduma Homestead. We're working on the sign to replace the heritage sign out there. The Kingaroy Vic Museum and signage, we're near completion of that project. There's just one lot more of signs that's going up, and that's just the signs on the front of the building. And then that project is complete, so that will be done. Works for Queensland Round 4. Today we just had our consultants here, or they're not consultants, sorry, they're contractors giving us a quotation on the CCTV and the security upgrade. They've been present here this morning, just reviewing everything and going over the specifications, so we'll have that progressing over the next couple of weeks. The Cultural Centre air conditioning is occurring right now, so it will be completed by June. Roof replacements, good news there, all of those projects are completed. The repainting is really the only project left to complete. There is the PCYC, and they're on track there. And we've just identified with the works that we've done at the Nango Cultural Centre with the upgrades to the air conditioning there, there's some tidying up there that we'd like to do with some painting, so that will complete all of that budget before the end of June. Floor coverings is near completed. There's one more hall that we would like to finish off, that's Wandai, and have that Wandai hall sanded and resealed as well. Wandai Showgrounds, we have that out for tender at the moment for the grandstand to be demolished and the actual pavilion shed to be completed. So we're looking forward to seeing the tender prices end of next week. The Drought Communities projects are all completed. You also see there a list of tenders that are out at the moment for land sales or land activities. There's an update there on leasing, just to explain to some of the councillors of the type of leasing activities that's going on there with some of the community organisations renewing their leases, coming back to council to progress some of the terms and conditions, and that's working well through that process with our lease officer. And then you've got your land sales. We'll try to put an update here for the councillors monthly so you can see what's happening in the land sales when you're progressing the reports and the tenders and the contracts of sale. It does take some time for those contracts to go through. And then there's also the building asset management. You'll see there that one of the highlights in there is just we have actually developed a potential asset disposal list for council's consideration. We would be keen to bring that back to a workshop shortly so councils can see the sorts of buildings that may be considered in the future for disposal or divestment. And that's about it from.
Yeah, thanks very much, Manager Leanne. Just a couple of questions if I can just jump in. The Kingaroy forecourt and car park CCTV.
Yes.
We have requested quotation. Has that gone to a local firm? I know we had a delegation here from a local firm recently that seemed to have a lot of advanced options for us. Have they been given an option to quote?
Yes, so they've been given an option to quote.
So
yes.
they're involved in that process,
Yep.
the local guys. The reflooring structures, community buildings, Mergen offices, Mark's down there, Are we
Yeah, so-
recarpeting the Mergen office? You know, that's something that I thought perhaps needed to be done, but I could be wrong.
Well, we thought so too, but first of all, we actually sent the cleaners in to do a professional carpet clean, and the carpets have come up quite nicely. So in the short interim, we decided that that would be the solution, and then if need be, we would look at it in the future years. But at this stage, it's just got a professional clean.
You're happy with the cleaning? That's
Yeah,
great.
we're happy with the
thank
clean
you.
at this
No,
stage.
that's a much better outcome. In terms of, and then just in terms of, I had two questions on consultants. This is something council is going to have to consider seriously in our budget deliberations between now and 30 June, is the amount of money that our organisation spends on consultants, and can we do it more efficiently, or can we more effectively utilise our staff and give them an opportunity to upskill? Looking at the Kingaroy swimming pool refurbishment, fully understand the importance of having a consultant technically in relation to the designing and planning of the technical aspects, and similarly with Memorial Park. I mean, that's a big project to design a concept plan for such a big regional park, and the two need to happen together. But when it comes to the community consultation, is that something that council can have a look at before we commit to the scope of work and spending money on community consultation with a consultant, where perhaps we as councillors might be able to help in that space with the staff and save some money? Because I imagine, Leanne, you can't capitalise that in the first instance if the project doesn't go ahead straight
That's
away. So I'm just trying to look at saving you some OPEX if perhaps councillors, we can help with the community consultation process on
Certainly
that. Yeah.
can. What we're going to prepare is actually a community consultation plan for this project, so we can clearly identify where there are those opportunities for councillors and staff to actually carry out the community consultation, the visits to all the different groups. What I was probably just suggesting is when we get into some of the technical matters of the project and where the community start to ask some more of the technical questions, then you have that person on board to help you answer those questions. But certainly in setting up all the meetings and setting up the consultation and the forums and the location for all of that, that should all happen in-house. They're only there for those short periods of time if needed. The great thing I find with the consultants is it's up to us when we engage them. They're not there for 6 months, they're not there for 12 months, they're there for those specific times when we need their assistance to deliver a key component of that project.
Thanks, Leanne. That's an excellent answer. Happy with that. Thank you. The other one, quickly, I'll get one the other way so other councillors can have a fair run. The Pound Street Kingaroy, again, we've called an invitation to quote for a most appropriate user assessment with a consultant. Again, I mean, I know you've already called the quotes, but again, that'll probably be an OPEX, I'd imagine. We won't be able to capitalise it.
No.
Is that something that we could look at? Is there another way we could do that ourselves internally and save on that OPEX cost of a consultant to do that with Pound Street? You know, can we workshop it with councillors? Can we engage with some people in the community ourselves? Is there maybe an opportunity we could maybe do that? I'm just, again, it's a budget discussion, but keen to hear your thoughts.
I would suggest in this case, you're actually employing very technical skills in analysing the market, analysing valuations. Yes, one of our officers at the moment on staff is a valuer, so she does have that experience, but her licence doesn't cover off in giving us recommendations like council's recommendations. Yes, she has a skill set in it and can research it. What you're engaging here is someone that understands all those markets and understand the planning matters, planning opportunities. Chris Duplessis will be in there, and what we've got in place for this is a working committee of officers of council assisting with the technical advisor or the consultant to pull this together. What we try to do is not have those consultants sit in Brisbane and do it as a desktop study and no work with the current officers. So yes, you are upskilling your staff as well, and we're building our skills and our experiences on these projects as we move forward. But at the same time, when you want to fast track these projects like we do, we have to pull in the technical advisors to assist us because we just don't have the resources and the time out there for an officer to spend weeks in preparing something. So we probably just need to validate that a little bit. Some of the projects you're asking for or activities you're asking for need to be done urgently or quickly. So you buy additional resources in to do that because we don't have the resources in our current staff levels.
No, thanks, Leanne. I fully appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I know we want this done quickly. We do need it done quickly. I'd like to perhaps indicate to the committee meeting that that is, I think, a priority. I'm not returning phone calls from developers who are chasing that land at the moment, commercial and residential. There's some big names that we would recognise as residential land developers from Toowoomba who are ringing me, and I'm not returning their calls because they want Pound Street to build units on. That's the honest truth. So I'm deliberately not returning their calls until there's an EOI goes out, and then I can say to them and I can talk to you. I believe that's the process. So I don't want to get myself in hot water. Similarly, we've got a major developer who wants to look at that land for some major retail development. So we have got developers at the moment waiting with bated breath to get their hands on that particular location. So we do need to fast track that. I don't think you'll have trouble finding a buyer, depending on whether it's going to be suitable with drainage and water flow. That's something that they wouldn't be aware of. But I'm sure Councillor Shoemaker would similarly be aware, Councillor Potter, that there's a lot of interest in commercial land close to the centre of Kingaroy at the moment. Yeah, or on the major traffic flow roads, as well as residential land that's coming online in those areas. We've seen what's happening with Markwell Street. I think there's more interest in that space. So, Leanne, anything you can do to help progress that as a matter of priority, I personally feel would be of great value right now. Thank you, yeah. I hope I haven't said anything I shouldn't have, but I'm just saying, look, I'm not talking to anyone about Pound Street at the moment until we see that report come back. Yeah. Yes.
Scheduled again for next week.
It's lovely. Thanks, Leanne. Yeah, look, the world's changed quickly since COVID, and we'll be rapidly becoming a popular place. The only other one, the old South Bennett Times, are they safe and sound somewhere in Menango? Are they still safe and sound out of the wet? Yeah,
Yes, they are.
good.
They're in
Okay.
that insulated, air-conditioned room.
Oh, good. Thanks, Leanne. Councillor Potter, sorry, I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just would like to know where those people were 15 months ago when we put that out for the tender. But actually with regards to, first one is with regards to Pound Street, I actually thought with Pound Street we were going out to the community to get their thoughts and ideas of what they wanted to see there, of what they thought would be good in that space. That was my understanding. I'm sorry if I misinterpreted what we had discussed, but I thought we were going to go to the community and find out what they actually wanted and what they thought would be good in that space or what they would like to see in that space. The other one is with the Kingaroy Junior Cricket Association. I'm just wondering where that's at, because in the first one of the agreement, I'm gathering that's the one with River Road Park, and well, it says that here, sorry. But I'm just wondering where that's at, because I know the discussion was the fact that we're already mowing this space, and in that original one it said that they were going to mow it for the whole of the contract, whether they were using it or not, and I just felt that quite unfair, because the original one, it was just they would look after it, you know, before their cricket match. And I'm just wondering where that is at, because they do, apply for a grant to build that fence.
Yep,
Just before answering, Celine, I certainly I would support what Councillor Potter's saying. I was of the mind that we were going to the community. That was my understanding. I thought that we discussed that in council. So if you can address that, yeah, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just on that one. My understanding was we were doing an assessment of the for Pound Street of the most appropriate use. So we were looking at comparing the return of investment, whether it was a commercial shopping centre, an aged care facility, residential flats or something. So this was the assessment to probably give us that information that we could be informed what the value of that block of land was given the return of investment. And so that's why we're seeking that technical advice. So the capital construction costs of a shopping centre compared to an aged care home and the return on that value. So I think the idea was to get some information on that and that could then go back to the community. So it might be the best financial return for the block, might not be what the community want, but we needed to look at what was the most appropriate and best return of investment on that block first, and then I think it would be go out to community when we have all the information together.
You happy with that, Councillor Potter, that we get a report up, we have that come through council, go as a draft to community for consultation, then with the varying options, and we see where that sits with the residents. Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you. Yeah, River Road.
Definitely. Our lease officer has met with the junior cricket club, and they're just working through those terms and conditions. The mowing, yes, we have actually discussed that with them. They, my understanding, are interested in doing additional mows if they require them for their playing, but council would continue on to mow that parkland.
Happy, Councillor Potter. Yeah, good news. Thanks very much. Councillors, any other questions, comments? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just some questions around Wandai, the grandstand. So we're demolishing the grandstand, then we're upgrading that back area. Then my question is where to from here as far as that whole concept design. And then I know that also the Wandai Show Society are looking at upgrading the cattle stalls. So they're sort of competing priorities. What's our thoughts around which project we're going to try and advance, and how where to from here with those? Also, a question about the Wandai Soccer Club. They're wanting to put 2 dongas, and they've got that the funding till they need to have it in by the end of this month. And I did send something through. I just wondered where that was at, and also the Proston Ergon Energy Building. It's in the options for leasing. I was of the understanding that the Proston SES were trying to get that building, and that had all fallen over. Just wondering what's happening with that leasing of the Proston Ergon Energy Building. And the other question was about the lands. Like we talked about trying to get our head around what we've got across the whole region for land, and where's that at as far as low-hanging fruit that we can put on the market or like put out to tender sooner rather than later because of the everyone wanting to come to this community right now.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Sure. All right, so just on the first question for Wandai Showgrounds, the priority at the moment is to get the unsafe grandstand down and finish off the pavilion. Otherwise, we'd have a half-open pavilion there, and the idea is to actually completely build that and have some nice doors along the front of the building that would open up. And if need be, they could utilise that area on race day, on show day, or any other sort of day that they've got. The existing bookie area, an area that the people stand under, will continue to stay as is. There's no modification to that. But the pavilion is built in a way that it is at level, and it takes into consideration the design of any future stage works that they may want to continue on there in the future. So it's sort of like ready for any future development if they choose to do that. What we were going to do is get a quantity survey done on the next stage, so the community group there plus council can see if they did want to progress to the next stage, what sort of cost would be involved in that next lot of work. And that's something that both council and the committee, the showground committee, can work towards, knowing that they have got that competing sort of issue at the moment with another project. We're doing the same over at the cattle arena. We're looking at what it would cost, and the designs are actually with us this week to have a look at, to actually remove and replace the cattle stalls, and once again design them in the way that if they were successful and council was successful in actually acquiring grant money in the future to build a cattle arena, then the arena could come part of stage 2 of that project. The other idea that we had is, once again, is get a quantity survey done for those works so you know what sort of costs are involved. based on our information from other regions, like Kilkeven has just built a fabulous big centre down there, and it's costing them a lot of money to look after and maintain. We are actually going to get a whole life cost done on the operations and the cost and the management of like a large facility like that. I think that's important for the Show Society to see as well as ourselves. Because the last thing we want to see is a community organisation build a beautiful facility, but it's going to cost an arm and leg to actually maintain and look after. So I think we need to go down that line as well with this particular project. So then going forward, we'd have what you'd say 2 shovel-ready projects for that community group and ourselves to look at in the future if they wish to progress and it was affordable. Okay, so at the moment the priorities for us is really getting that grandstand down and the pavilion completed and the designs and the quantity surveys completed all before the end of this financial year.
On the Proston,
The Proston Energy, Ergon Energy building, we have received advice back from Ergon Energy that they're wanting to retain that building for the full term of lease that they have, or yes, and they're not interested in actually relinquishing that lease. So unfortunately, council, does not have an option at this stage to progress that as an alternative building for the SES of Proston. What we probably need to do is work with the disaster management team through Aaron and look at maybe an alternative location if that's a priority for the SES at Proston to have a new facility. There are some additional area or space down behind the council depot where our tick and cattle yard facility is in Proston. If there needs to be a purpose-built SES building, that's something that we'd have to look at. But at the moment, the lease, we cannot take over the lease for that Proston Ergon Energy facility.
Yep.
Oh, yes. So Rebecca, our senior lands investigation officer, she is working through that list. She keeps coming up with lots of little glitches when she's looking through the low-hanging fruit. She's actually gone out on site early this morning and had another look over some of those blocks and comes across infrastructure on those blocks. So sometimes our mapping system doesn't always prove to be correct. So when you go out there, you do find a piece of water infrastructure, and it could be that it's just a pipeline or a pumping station or something like that. So we need to be 100% sure before we bring in a list of land to council for potential sale if it's got some infrastructure or other uses. So that's what she's doing at the moment. She is ground truthing that list, but we have prepared that low-hanging fruit list for council consideration.
Yeah, thanks, Manager Councillor Duff. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you for the report. I think it's just great to see there are so many of the things that we've been talking about for the last 12 months underway. So for me, the big ticket item, that workshop around those potential asset disposals that you have done, that's very exciting, and I look forward to being able to unpack some of that work and understand what's happening in that space. And also the Pound Street work that's happening. I really agree with the approach that you've put forward. I think actually having all that knowledge and data, because it's so mindful, that is a major piece of land and possibly the last major piece of development so close to the CBD. So I'm really looking forward to that work and having those conversations with our community once we've really got an idea as to what are some of the best uses for that land. So just acknowledge the work that's happening behind the scenes. There's some big ticket items that we've been talking about, so it's great to see them come to the table.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. If I could, back to you, Councillor Duff. Go again.
Just ask the one other question about the dongers at the soccer club.
Jennifer is talking to them at the moment. They do not have a building application in with the organisation at all, so we've tracked that down. We thought that they may have had submitted some sort of application to council, but that is not the case. So we're just tracking that down, and Also, they just wanted to go over their lease arrangements, which they now are aware that they don't have a lease. So we're just finalising that lease arrangement with them as well. So, and then they're aware now that they need to actually prepare a building application for those dongers, and that process has started. I believe we're going to provide some assistance in going down to a meeting with them and just walk them through that, just to see if we can try to get it back on track for them.
Thanks very much. Manager Leanne, just in terms of coming back to the workshop around the land sales, it's great to see that ground truthing's happening on that. Do we have, I'd like to sort of see us try and get a date around that so councillors can get in their mind. Just at the moment, we all know this time is of the essence. I don't want to push too hard, but we have got a lot of demand. And from what I can see, one of the obstacles at the moment for us is access to land. We're all acknowledge that. How quickly can we get that information to a council workshop? What sort of time frame are we looking at, do you think?
Well, you know, we can come back to council over the next couple of weeks, but my understanding was the priority was preparing the budget at the moment, so we were probably just going to hold until you bed that down. I know the next 6 weeks is very important for council to be looking at all of that, and then we would come in after those next 6 weeks if that's beneficial.
Yeah, thanks for being so considerate. Could I step forward and put in a request, a mayoral request, that we actually bring it forward? So once you're ready, let us know, and work with Exec Services and CEO Mark to see if we can find a time to lock that in. We've had a couple of things that we're trying to push back outside of the region, like WebRock meetings and things, until July. So there might be some scope now, Leanne, to try and perhaps confer with our CEO as to whether we can try and get a half-day workshop in. Certainly appreciate your consideration for being so considerate. Thank you. But I think in terms of council's appetite, that is a big priority for us at the moment. So yeah, thank you. That'd be great if we could bring that forward within the next few weeks rather than months. Thank you. Okay, well,
sorry,
Councillor Duff, one
Sorry.
more.
I did send through a request on behalf of the Mergen Show Society, and there was a whole heap of projects that they wanted to apply for funding for. And I think we have to, as part of that process, we have to ratify it through a council meeting. So where are we at with that? Because I was hoping that they might have been on the agenda for this particular committee meeting.
So we've made contact with the Mergen Show Committee to meet up there with them. So before we can bring it into a council meeting, we really need to do our research as well to actually understand the scope of works. And what we find is sometimes the community groups need a little bit more assistance in understanding where some of the services run, where they can link up to power and water and sewage, especially if they start to talk about canteens and additional toilet blocks. And if they're considering about new infrastructure for the future, so we try to talk them through what that involves. Also, that there's building applications and site plans and all sorts of things like that. So we're trying to get on the front foot with this a little bit, but definitely it does need to come back to council for council consideration. Our staff have made contact with them to line up a meeting. I can't confirm here today when that meeting is, but we have made contact with them to start those discussions.
Thanks very much, Manager Leanne. Thanks for that very comprehensive report and answering all those detailed questions. You've got a lot on your plate. There's no doubt about that when you look at all the things you've got happening right across the region, across all those different areas of your department. So thank you. Okay, so then do we have a mover that the report be received for information? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Councillor Frolov, seconds. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And again, thank you, Manager Leanne, for that comprehensive update. We're now on to the item 9.4, the manager's contracts on Boondooma and BP Dam at 65. GMMA, would you like to give us a run through on that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is both of our tourist parks, Boondooma and Biosecurity Dam. So 12 months ago, we went out to tender and got managers for both of the dams. In the interim, the managers out at Boondooma have resigned, and we temporarily put the managers from BP, took on both dams. So they've been operating both dams for a couple of months now, and yeah, the arrangement have been very successful. So what we're suggesting is, and in the contracts there is the option to extend that, and we believe it's worth exploring the option of actually running the two dams as one under the same management. So we see a number of advantages under that. So yeah, we're just looking at exercising the option to extend both of those contracts they come up in August, I believe it is. So looking at extending them for a further 12 months.
Thanks very much, Mr. GM. So we see the expiry date is the 1st of August 2021, which is the horse's birthday. If you run a racehorse, it'll be a year older on that day. But anyway, that's just a bit of trivia for you. Useless information, as Councillor Hench would say. 1 August 21 it comes up. So seeking to extend those contracts for another 12 months to take us through to August 22. That's the committee's recommendation to council as presented there. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, thanks, Councillor Henchen. Speakers for or against?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm just
Councillor Duff.
really keen to support this. I just think that they've done a magnificent job with what at BP Dam and now Badooma Dam. The feedback I'm getting is fantastic, and the numbers are just going through the roof. And so, just 100% supportive of this recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question just in relation to Doug and Kath Hughes's resignation. I just wondered if there were any grounds for that or any feedback. Was it in relation to, is there anything you can share? Was it personal reasons they left, or?
I think I've managed a number of things. Happy to report that they are still in the region. They've moved in managing a facility in Kingaroy. So we still have Doug and Kath as our community members. I think the isolation at Bundooma was certainly a different challenge, but no, yeah, certainly left on good terms, and yeah, we're happy that they're still with us in the region.
Thanks, GM. Thanks, Councillor. And of course, based on your recommendation here, I think there's a fairly safe assumption that you're very happy with Heath and Rowena and the work that they're doing. Manager Mark's smiling and nodding his head, so clearly that's going quite well. Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.5, development of Mergen to Proston Rail Trail, and the recommendation is that the committee recommend to council that a council workshop be held to review the relevant documentation and formulate an assessment process, including consultation plan as required, to assist council make an informed decision on this matter, that the deputation parties be advised that council will not be in a position to provide a response until further consideration on this matter has been made, and a further report be presented to a future standing committee. I would like to move such. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. I'll just speak to that as the mover and open up to the floor. I think this is a sensible approach, that we've got budget, we've got land sales, a lot of things on our plate as a council, operational plan, regional development strategy, and I think that to take this back, to workshop it, to work out a consultation plan, to talk, to look at how we then progress that forward, to bring it to a future standing committee meeting when the time is right. My view is that's a reasonable and sensible approach to deal with the matter. So I'd like to just, express my, I commend that recommendation. So other councillors, speakers for or against, thoughts on that? Okay, those up. Councillor Henchen. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm supportive of this. I mean, we look at the background documentation there, and both parties have been here and made presentations. So there's happy to workshop this, certainly. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Henchen. There's a lot to consider. Council's got a massive workload to get through over the next 6 weeks and probably beyond, with all the things we've got to do with organisational restructure, et cetera, I could list them out. Look, I think this is a sensible approach and gives us time to make sure that whatever decisions council made are being carefully considered and thought out without rushing the process, get the right outcome. Okay, thanks everybody. So those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item is proposal to commence investigations for the divestment of Tingura Hall. That's item 9.6 at page 72. So the recommendation is that committee recommends to council that council endorse the investigation of options and committee consultation for the proposed divestment of the Tingura Hall and report back to the standing committee meeting once investigations are complete. I'd probably just like to propose a small amendment to that, and that is to actually put a date on that. If we can, a reasonable date that's workable for the staff. I just know that this Tingura Hall's been going on and on and on for a long time, Leanne. I think the community want a resolution. I think council want to deal with it, but be guided by you as to how long you think that would take. Can we actually nominate which standing committee meeting that would come back to? Is that possible? We're in May now. Where would you think that would be? Is 3 months enough to bring that back by August?
Yes, it could be. We do need to go to the community and explain the land tenure and the fact that one parcel of land is in trust. And being in trust, to actually dissolve of the trust matter, we actually need to form a new committee for the hall and have that committee resolve to dispose of the hall. So we actually need to go to the community, and the trust deed is, it's very old, but it does outline that we need to call a meeting of the community. Every resident within 3 miles of the hall is to be invited to a community meeting. And we talk about how we dissolve the trust of the hall. So it's very, very unusual. This is the first one that we have dealt with. But that's how we need to resolve it. So you've got to reform this committee, and it's to be made up of 6 members of the community. And then we have to bring that back and send that through. Yes, take it through council. We need to seek some legal advice on how we actually deal with the actual sale itself. If it was to be sold, so it might be that the hall's to be sold, and not the land, or the land and the hall. But the trust deed refers to the hall and one parcel of land. The hall sits over 2 parcels of land. So it is a complicated matter, and in the past it has been moved aside because we've had other priorities. But it's time now to bring this forward and go through the process carefully with the community so they understand what a trust deed refers to and how we resolve it. The other alternative matter is that you're preparing a case to go to the Supreme Court, which would be highly expensive, and you've really got to demonstrate your community consultation through that process as well. So we have sought legal advice on this, and that's why we're at this point now. And now it's time to go to the community, explain to them just how we have to resolve the matter. So putting a time frame on it is difficult for us because we probably need to just be aware that we need to walk it through with the community, form that committee, and have that committee resolve the process that we're going to divest the hall.
Thank you, Leanne. So I've heard what you've had to say. I'd suggest that we perhaps give you 4 months, not 3, and then make it September. And there's always the scope to be able to come back and push that out if there's some reason to do so. Is that okay? I'd just like to give you a target date to work to if that's possible. So I'd just like, if we can, report back to the September standing committee meeting. So I'll now move that as presented there on screen. Do we have a seconder for that? Yeah, Councillor Potter, thank you. Go to Councillor Potter now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first up, there's a mistake, I think, in the report. It actually mentions Hydesville Hall. If you go down, yeah, it's on page 72. But the other one, yeah, yep, there it is, right at the top there. It says the asset condition of Hydesville Hall. We should change that, eh? The other one is, when we go to the community, I know when we, depending on what happens with the hall, if we get, we're able to sell the land in the end and things like that. So I'd just like to find out what happens with that money, and do the community have a chance to actually an input into where those funds are spent, if there is funding? Because I know there's a lot of issues across the road at the tennis courts and the tennis and the toilets that are there. And I know either way that, things have to be fixed up there. So I'm just wondering whether that goes in with that community consultation of what actually happens.
Most definitely, the trust deed outlines that any of the proceeds from the sale of the hall or the land goes back into the Tingura community. So it doesn't stipulate what particular type of project. So that they're the sorts of things that the Tingura community could consider.
Thanks, Leanne. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, just a question, probably a dumb question, but I always love the art of a dumb question. Just because the hall is in such a state of disrepair, like it's not safe for people to be in the hall at all, and council holds that trust, I understand you've gotten legal advice, but is there an option for us just to demolish the hall in the first instance and then talk about the land? Because it just seems crazy to go to all of this extra effort for a building that's actually not able to be repaired. If council was to move, to demolish the hall and engage a demolition company, what are our options there? Have questions been asked, no doubt, about that sort of opportunity?
Yeah, I'll just have to go back and have a look. I think we were progressing that way. However, if someone wanted to purchase the hall, we were probably looking at the same sort of situation that we had at Proston and Hydesville, where people actually want to purchase the hall and the land and do something with it. So we probably firstly considered that as an option of how you would go about if you chose to do the lot. You would dispose of the land and the asset together. But yes, it's something that we probably just need to consider.
Yeah, I understand that. I'd probably really like to understand the opportunity just if council did decide to go forward with the demolition of the hall and then later sell the parcels of land. I understand that would be a process, but those funds could be reinvested into Tingura. I own property in Tingura. I drive past this hall all the time. It's a terrible, terrible eyesore, and I guess I'm just really concerned about the fact we could go round in circles with this one. I understand town halls, of course, are emotive, and they should be. Our community have built and constructed them, and they've served for a great purpose for a period of time. But with this one, I'd really like to understand if there was an opportunity for council in the first instance just to demolish the hall. I ask that because I am also concerned if we dissolved of the asset, if we decided to sell it, anybody can buy it. And it can stand there in the community for another 20 years. And I would hate to see that outcome for Tingura. So my personal view is I would really like to investigate, can council just bite the bullet? No doubt, I understand that will be a difficult thing for our community, but in the same instance, can we demolish that facility?
Yeah, we'll have to investigate it. We are the trust. We hold the trust deed for the community of Tingura. So it's not necessarily our hall, it's the Tingura community. So it's their decision through this community group that has to form to resolve the disposal of the hall and the land. So that's how we would have to work through. But we need to, through our community council process, is talk to the community about the condition of the hall. And we have had previous meetings in Tingura with members, and we have spoken about the deterioration of the hall with the roof and the asbestos and the floor and all sorts of things. So it will not come as a shock to the community. As you said, we all drive past it. It is in very poor condition. So these are just the steps that we need to go through.
Thanks, Manager Leanne. So what I'm hearing you say is that we go to the community. Out of that needs to be a committee formed with a membership of 6, and that committee then has the power under the deed to be able to make a decision on behalf of the community, subject to appropriate full consultation as to the future of that hall. Should that committee resolve that they would like to see that resolve to demolish the hall. Council can then proceed to act on that, to action that on their behalf. Is that correct? Because I must say, I'm feeling a similar sentiment to Councillor Shoemaker, that subject to what I hear from Councillor Henson, being his area, I'm feeling that perhaps the demolition of the hall, should the community say that's the right thing to do, would be the right thing to do, would be my preference, but a matter for the committee. But certainly, I would be concerned if the committee resolved to sell the hall, someone buys it, it sits there for 20 years, or they do something, my children would say, random with it. They do some random thing with it, and then it's going to be an eyesore to that beautiful little community of Tingura right across from the school and right in the main street. So I would be hopeful that the committee see that perhaps demolition is the best outcome for the whole region, but as you said, a matter for them. Keen to hear Councillor Henson's thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. This is certainly sentimental to a lot of people in the Tingura area. I think we need to be a little cautious in using the word demolish in amongst the community, because it's a harsh word. And it is in sad disrepair, and it looks even worse because nothing's happened there for some period of time, and it's got a security fence around it that makes it look even worse. It looks like it's something out of the Munsters or the TV show. But just let it be noted that there is an absolutely magnificent floor still in that hall. An absolutely magnificent floor. Now you will hear the elderly people talk about how good that floor and what it was to dance on. So I'd just like to refrain from the word demolish and perhaps be diplomatic about how we go about that. And I would love personally myself to see something happen with that floor, or go somewhere with the floor. And the rest of the building, I know the community there has sentiments, certainly that it's going to be a lost icon, but it's past its use by date. But I'm sure council can put something back into that community that would be much more attractive than the poor old dilapidating Tingura Hall. But I'd just like to note that the demolishment of it is a harsh word, and I'd like to see that we work hard to do something with whatever's salvageable, and that floor in that hall be one. And I'd love to invite councillors down there to have a dance with me.
Right, just hope it won't be a rainy night. Sounds as though the floor's all right, but maybe not the roof. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I think a couple of standing committee meetings ago, I mentioned that someone contacted me and said that they actually wanted to they said they'd be willing to buy the floor. But with regards to the memories, I think we've got some good memories in that hall. I totally agree. But I'm just looking at this picture and I see some pews and things like that are in there. Would they be taken out and sold at the council auction and things like that?
We haven't removed anything from the hall at all because we need to deal with it correctly. It is going to be a community asset. If the community, once again, if they see that some of those assets need to retain in Tingura, that's why they're staying there at this stage. Yes, we can put them in storage, but at this stage, let's have the community meeting and let them help, discuss those items. But certainly, we are aware of the floor, and we're working through some pricing just to give. If when we go to community consultation, we can talk about those sorts of things, about how much the flooring material may be worth. As a sellable item, but keeping in mind that we have got some safety aspects to consider when you come around and look at the roof. It's not that easy to say, let's pull the roof down to keep some of the timber, rafters and some of that sort of timber. You move into some safety concerns. So yes, there are some things that we need to work through, and that's why we're suggesting further investigation.
Thanks, Manager Leanne. It sounds as though this is very much, well, as it always should be, a decision for the community. And from what I'm hearing from you, you're very committed to that community consultation process, as you need to be, and getting that committee in place and ensuring that everything's done appropriately. So it sounds to me as though the Tingura community are in good hands with you leading that project. And certainly I'll acknowledge what Councillor Henson said. I'm sure you'll be very sensitive around using some of those terms that I've been throwing out around demolish and understand that there'll be opportunities perhaps for the community to, we'll deal with that very sensitively. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks very much. And we've got a mover and a seconder. Do we have anyone else wish to speak? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Just on to questions on notice. 10.1, and we'll skip through these, this was in relation to Lions Park. Question was put forward about the barbecue in Kingaroy, Lions Park being retained or moved, and whether there'd be shelters put in the area where the remaining barbecue is. And I've got the response there that the barbecue will be going with the pathway being built and the plinth for the big peanut, the one that's on the John Dundas side of the park, the one that's on the Bill Hull side of the park, if I can call it that, the northern side will be remaining, and we're putting 2 shade shelters in that. So as the questioner, I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you. I have no further questions. Does any council have any other questions on that? You happy with the report? If so, I'll just move that that the response be received and noted. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.2 is Nanango Butter Factory, and that question came from Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter, did you want to talk to that one in terms of the response? Are you comfortable with that?
I'm very happy with that response. Thank you, Mr Mayor. It just breaks down what council has actually spent along with what the community money spend was.
Yeah, so that's excellent. Thank you. And of course, just to summarise that for the community, 231,000, of which 76,000 there, this is excluding GST, came from the community, and the other approximately 155,000 came from council. Again, what an awesome outcome. What a great park. How good does Butter Factory Park look? And as an all-inclusive park, congratulations to Councillor Freiloff on leading that and working with the community to get a great outcome along with our Parks and Gardens crew. So if you're happy with that, you're happy to move that, Councillor Potter. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Freiloff, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Next one, 10.3, is the African olive tree. Councillor Shoemaker, I think that was yours. We'll hand over to you.
Yes, no, thank you, Mr Mayor. Very happy with the response. Certainly after Toowoomba Regional Council identified the African olive in their local government area, it's great to see that our NRM team have the information in their glove boxes when they're around, and if in the instance where they come across one, they'll be reporting that to the Department of Ag and Fisheries. So just thank you to the team. I think it's great to be proactive with those sorts of things. Really happy with the response.
Thanks, Councillor Schumacher. Are you happy to move that be received and noted?
Yes, thank you, Mr
Thank
Mayor.
you. Moved. And seconder, Councillor Duff, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 10.4 is the CQ Rassen outcomes at 88. And let's get across to that. Sorry, no, at 84. And that question came from Councillor Shoemaker. So back to you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just was mindful of our relationship with CQ Rassen and what the actual outcomes. I was mindful of the partnership between Bundaberg, Fraser Coast and South Burnett and what the outcomes were here in the South Burnett. So it's pleasing to see there's been 3 networking events for artists, art workers and art organisations within each local government area, with a focus on bringing people together to share information and resources to help rebuild community events, festivals and art businesses. So that's great. There's been 4 workshops, skills development workshops with a focus on developing grant writing and fundraising skills amongst artists and art workers. There's been 1 Shine Bright Festival event here in the South Burnett, activating community spaces, which is the Kingaroy Peanut Silos. At night time through digital artworks, as Councillor Potter has talked about, and 1 key arts gathering with workers from across the Wide Bay and Burnett area together to learn and network. So it's good to see. Like I just think often we talk about these things, but you don't fully understand the outcome. So it's good to see there has been some benefit to the South Burnett due to that partnership. So thank you, Councillor Potter, for leading that work. I'm happy to move the response.
Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried. 10.5 at 88. Wondai Grandstand upgrade. We have this matter discussed already. Councillor Duff, are you happy with the response to your question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and happy to move that one.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. A seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. There is nothing in the confidential section. Meeting closed at 1:51 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance. Have a wonderful afternoon.